Well, now it's time for our Saturday play, which takes us to 1961 and Illinois for a gothic adventure.
Something Wicked This Way Comes by Ray Bradbury. Dramatized by Diana Griffiths.
Storm's coming. Who'll buy a lightning rod? Protect your homes with a lightning rod. Storms are coming.
It all started with the lightning rod man coming. Jim and me, we was just lying on the grass out front that evening, carving twig whistles.
Sure is hot, Will, for October. Hasn't lit up all day.
Somewhere not so far back, vast lightning stomped the earth. Somewhere, a great storm, like a terrible beast.
With terrible teeth. Could not be denied.
Howdy, boys. Your folks at home?
Nope.
You got any money yourselves?
Nope.
Boy, blonde boy, hair white as milk thistle. What's your name?
William Halloway.
And you, boy, hair like glossy wax chestnuts, eyes of mint green?
Jim Nightshade, that's me.
Nightshade, eh? Hey, that's quite a name.
And only fitting.
Yeah, see, I was born 1 minute before midnight, October 30th, and Jim...
I was born 1 minute after midnight.
Which makes it October 31st.
Halloween.
Yes.
Halloween, Nightshade, no money, you say? Well, then, take this lightning rod for free. One of your houses will be struck by lightning. Without this rod, bang! Fire and ashes, roast pork and cinders. Grab!
Boy, it's heavy. And writing on it, foreign. It's Egyptian, and that's a scarab beetle.
So it is, boy.
And those there, Venetian hen tracks?
Right.
Why?
Why? Why Egyptian? Phoenician? Arabic? Abyssinian? Choctaw? Well, what language does the wind talk? What nationality is a storm? Boys, you gotta be ready in every dialect for the balls of blue light that prowl the earth like sizzling cats.
Which house? Which one will it strike?
What makes you so sure the lightning will strike anywhere around here?
Well, some folks draw lightning, suck it in like cats suck baby's breath. Some glow in the dark. Both those two houses. Now, listen. Lightning needs channels like rivers to run in. One of those attics is a dry river bottom, itching to let lightning pour through tonight.
Tonight?
Which attic?
I've shielded and made safe 100,000 God-fearing homes. So when I tell you boys you're in dire need, listen. You climb the roof, nail this rod high, ground it in the good earth before nightfall.
But which house? Which?
Let me see. Jim Nightshade, this here your place?
Mine.
Oh, I should have known. This is the one.
Hey, what about me?
Oh, a few sparks will jump on your rain spouts, William Holloway, but the real show's next door here at the Nightshades. Well, I'm on my way. Storms are coming. Don't wait, otherwise, bam! Any boy hit by lightning, lift his lid, and there on his eyeball, pretty as the Lord's Prayer on a pin, you're gonna find the last scene that boy ever saw. Get moving, Jim. Hammered high, or you're dead come dawn. Hammered high!
Where'd he go?
Jim, your supper's ready.
Don't stand there, Jim. Your house, he said. You're gonna nail up the rod, or ain't you?
No. Why spoil the fun?
Fun? You crazy? I'll get the ladder, you the hammer.
No. I'm gonna brave it.
Jim, come on in for your supper now.
Jim, think of your mom. You want her burnt?
No.
All right, let's go and nail the rod. So, after we nailed the rod on Jim's roof and had supper, we came to the library, like we always do.
And talked to Mr. Halloway, Will's father.
Sweeping the floor.
On the night shift.
Oh, Jim. Eyes darker, skin paler. You burn yourself at both ends, boy. And Will, you Grown an inch since this morning.
And he always seems stunned to see me. His own son.
We were choosing books.
Dad, why is your hair so white? Not like the other dads.
Ain't so young as the other dad, son. Used to have hair your color, though.
You look a bit like me. Like me in a smashed mirror.
Come on, Lou. We gotta go.
Yeah, choose a book first. Up there, Miss Foley stamps your book. But way down those aisles, there's Outer Mongolia, Tibet, and Antarctica. The silent civilian deserts are 10,000 people screaming. Jim, won't be long, and you'll be drawn to Dr. Faustus. And Will, you're more Gandhi.
I'll settle for the mysterious island.
Jules Verne. Good choice.
I'll take this book on dinosaurs.
Miss Foley.
Hello, Charlie.
Stamp these for the boys, please, Miss Foley. Dinosaurs and Mysterious Islands coming up. And then you two better be getting on home. It's late.
Sometimes I don't understand your dad.
Me neither, Jim. Sometimes at 3 a.m., I get up to use the bathroom, and I see the light shining from the library across town. And I know he's sitting there, reading.
What's that?
What, the wind?
Heck, where's that storm he promised? I just gotta watch that lightning fizz down my drain pipes.
Be here by morning.
Who says?
The huckleberries all down my arms.
Great. Come on. Run, Will, run.
Oh, I wish I was young again. I wish I was younger so as I could run without pain.
Why are you crying, Charlie?
Because of everything and nothing. My son, Will, it makes me feel so old. And I got a wife who's too good for me. Something's happening, Miss Foley.
The cotton candy.
Smell it on the wind.
Long, long time ago, we used to eat that stuff.
Where does it all go?
40 years in the wink of an eye. I haven't smelt cotton candy in so long.
Is it licorice?
No, it's cotton candy. Who sells that?
Only circuses.
Circuses. Hey, that's right. Catch that bill poster. What's it say?
It says, Cougar and Dark's Carnival and Circus, Pandemonium Shadow Show, arriving immediately.
The street's full of paper. Look! Cougar and Dark's Carnival.
Coming October 24th. That's tomorrow.
You see Mephistopheles, Mr. Electro, Mademoiselle Tarot.
The illustrated man, tattooed with monsters that move.
See the skeleton.
The Dust Witch. What's a Dust Witch?
Here's more. Egyptian mirror maze. See yourself 10,000 times. See yourself young. See yourself old. And the carousel.
The magic carousel. Come on, it's coming. It's coming on the train.
Wait for me.
To the bridge.
There we saw our very old train pass with black smoke and an organ playing, but nobody playing it.
Listen to that train, Miss Foley. Like a billion people protesting, not wanting to be dead.
Jim and I went home then. Sneaked out of bed at 2 a.m. Come to where the train arrived at Rolf's Meadow.
A carnival should be all noise and growls and roars. But this is silence. Shadows, figures like black and white ghosts rush from the train like in a silent old movie. Hell.
Don't say hell.
Hell, hell, hell.
A massive balloon with a figure in suddenly hovers above like a moldy green cheese fixed to the sky.
The ringmaster stands in the middle of the field.
2 a.m. The moon looks down.
The carnival waits.
Black, the big tent takes shape.
A mirror maze, all silver and white.
The color of fright.
Like a great Arctic mass.
Shivers with any shadows that pass.
The notice says, What your heart desires, young or old, you will see yourself unfold.
The mirror maze. If a man stood here, would he see himself unfolded away 1 billion times to eternity? Would 1 billion images look back, each facing the face after and the face after that?
Old, older, oldest.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Jim, come on, race you home.
3 a.m. And that's when I see them, Will and Jim. What the hell are they doing out now? 3 in the morning is for men like me who can't sleep. The soul is out. Blood moves slow. Nearest the dead, save dying. The train arrives at an hour of despair. Why?
I don't believe it. It's just a plain old carnival after all. Did last night really happen?
Like heck, we weren't blind last night. Come on.
Nah, just moth-eaten old canvas and wore-out tinsel. Not spooky at all.
Jim? Will?
Hi, Miss Foley.
Don't you just love carnivals? I'm looking for my fool nephew. You seen him?
Didn't know you had a nephew, Miss Foley?
Robert, from Wisconsin. He came last night. Haven't seen him since he was a baby. He's staying with me a few weeks while his parents are away. Said he'd meet me here, but you know boys. Oh, cheer up. Rides will open in 10 minutes. Meantime, I think I'll spy through that mirror maze.
No.
No what?
No mirror maze. Miss Foley, don't go in there.
Why not?
People get lost.
How do you know?
Oh, all the more reason. Robert might be wandering loose and not find his way out.
Yeah, but you never can tell what might be swimming around in there.
Swimming. Oh, what a lovely mind you have, Will. Yes, but I'm just an old fish after all.
Miss Foley.
I'll see you when I come out.
What was all that about?
The mirrors. The only things I don't like. I mean, they're the only things like last night. Like they're waiting to kill you with a glance.
Boy, you've been out in the sun. That mirror maze in there is... Whoa.
Jim? Is what, Jim?
It really does.
What?
Hair back of your neck, stand on end. Mine's doing it right now.
Gosh, Jim, so's mine. So is mine. Look, if you lean forward and to the right, you can see into the maze. Look, all those Miss Foleys. Wave to her.
Cooey! Hey!
Cooey! Hello?
Hi!
Hello?
Hey!
Miss Foley? Which one's the real one? She's not waving back.
She looks funny.
Miss Foley!
Help! 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 Please! Help! Oh, no. Help! Help! Oh, God, help me!
We better go in. Come on.
Whoa, Jim! Look at your face. It's all long.
And yours over there. It's fast.
There she is.
Miss Foley, here! Oh!
Here. Ah!
This way! Ow! Can't find her. Every Miss Foley is just glass. Oh, but look at me. Look at me. Hello.
Hello, Jim. Hello, Jim. Hello, Jim. Hello, Jim.
Oh, God.
I got her, Jim. I got you, Miss Foley. I got her hand. She's pulling me under. Jim, help. Where are you?
I'm here, Will. I got you. Hold tight, and I'll pull you both out.
Oh, thank you, Will. Oh, thank you, Jim. Oh, I'd have drowned.
Miss Foley, you're hurting my hand.
Did you see her? She's lost. Drowned in there, poor girl. Oh, the poor little lost sweet. Oh, we must save her.
But there's no one in there.
I saw her.
I swear, no one went in ahead of you or after you.
She's at the bottom. Poor girl, I knew her. Hello, I waved. I ran. Bang. I fell. Well, she fell. 1,000 of her fell. Wait, I said. What are you doing here? I think she said, I'm real, you're not. And then she ran off in the maze. Oh, boys, we must find her.
Miss Foley, what did she look like?
Fact is, she looked like myself. Many, many years ago. I'll go home now. Thank you, boys. Have fun.
I'm leaving too.
No, we're staying until dark.
No!
You a chicken?
No, but would you dare go back in that maze?
Oh, Will, I saw me in there, but different.
What do you mean?
What the heart desires, young or old, you'll see yourself unfold. Miss Foley saw herself young. I was older. Just a glimpse. It was wild.
Shut up! Scare the hell out of me. Come on, we're going home.
Will, we can't go home yet. That ain't no normal mirror maze. If we don't look around now, we might never know the truth about this carnival. Just 10 minutes more.
So, while most other kids our age were at home eating their dinner, we went to check out the carousel.
The magic carousel with the painted horses.
There was a sign that said, out of order, keep off.
Been there all day, that sign. But the carousel didn't look broke to me, so I climbed up.
Jim, don't! Get down from there.
Gee up! Come around beside me, Willie. Get on there.
Ho there, you boy. Get. I said get down.
And he just lifted Jim through the air.
Help!
Then he lifted me.
Hey!
It says out of order, can't you read?
Mr. Cougar, put him down. Put him down. Good. Now, boys.
We were...
Curious?
Yes, mister.
The name is Dark, Mr. Dark. And my friend there with the red hair is Mr. Cougar, of Cougar and Dark.
Circus.
My card.
Oh, boy, your arm. It's full of eels and snakes and worms. You must be the tattooed man. See his arm, Jim?
Now, the illustrated man, there is a difference. See?
They move.
Watch.
That snake. Ah!
Careful.
Gosh.
What's your name, boy? Boy?
Simon.
Well, now, Simon, show's over, I'm afraid. Carnival's shut till 7. Come back later and ride a carousel when it's fixed. Here, Mr. Cougar.
Free ride.
For both of you.
Free. Remember.
We ran on then.
But we didn't get far.
Because
we heard.
They've gone, Mr. Dark. All clear now.
So we crept back and hid.
And watched.
Look, Mr. Cougar. He's getting on.
All right, Mr. Dark. I'm ready.
It's not broke.
Jim, it's running backwards.
His face is starting to melt, like pink wax.
Look at his hands. He's getting smaller.
And younger.
30, 20,
19, 18,
17, 16, 15, 14, 13.
and
Stop. This is good. This is fine.
12. Mr. Kruger's 12.
See you later, Mr. Dark.
After him. Don't let him get away. Come on.
Culpeper Street.
Miss Foley lives here.
He's turning into her house.
We gotta go into that house.
What? Meet him face to face?
We gotta be sure.
Boy, I'm so scared I could sprinkle dust. Jim, why aren't you scared?
Well, I'll be darned. You're right, I'm not.
Boys, this is Robert, my nephew from Wisconsin.
How do you do?
Robert, eh? You look sorta familiar.
Jim,
A bit like an uncle of mine.
don't.
Have you two had supper? We're just sitting down.
No, We just wanted to check you were okay after those darn carnival mirrors. We gotta go.
Pity. I'm taking Aunt Willa to the carnival later. Join us then.
Great.
Sorry, I can't tonight.
Tomorrow, then.
Okay. Swell.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Jim, did you see his eyes? That Robert, or Mr. Cougar's. No matter what he did to his body, the eyes remain the same.
Yeah.
And the music that was playing when Mr. Cougar got younger was the Funeral March by Chopin, but played backwards because he was marching away from the grave and not towards it, getting younger and smaller instead of older and dropping dead.
Yeah, I know. So when it goes forwards... Look, just go home.
Why don't you want to come home too? You don't talk to that Robert.
You spoil everything.
My gosh, he'll chew you up and spit out your bones.
Get out of my way. Let go of me.
Let go of yourself.
Ouch, that hurt.
I'll give you another one.
If you don't let go, now I'll remember it when I'm...
When you're what? When what?
When I'm older, darn it. Older.
Oh, Jim, you want to go forwards, don't you? The carousel. Around once you're 15, circling again and you're 16, 3 more times and 19. How could we still be friends? You, 2 feet taller, looking down on me, making fun. Well, I won't let you. I won't, so there.
Get off me.
Hey, keep going. Stay there.
Jim, no, stop. What's this?
What?
Robert up there. What's he throwing down? A brooch? A silver bracelet? Here's a watch.
Why is he throwing?
Help! Police! Aunt Willow! You've been robbed! Burglars! Down there! I'll go fetch the police! Burglars!
Robert? Who's there? Jim? Is it Will? What are you doing? What's that you've got?
Goodbye and good luck.
Come on, after him. He's riding forwards.
And there was Robert, the nephew, really Mr. Cougar, riding in a swirl, his pink hand out, urging Jim to follow. We've got to stop it before he gets older and bigger than the 2 of us.
Leave it.
Where are you going?
I'll be bigger too.
No, Jim, you're not going to ride.
Try and stop me. You're spoiling all the fun.
I'll stop the carousel.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. We crashed against the machinery. Then, handle's gone funny. I can't turn it. Hey, help me.
I think it's broken.
We tried everything, but the control box was bust and splashing lightning all over. Robert was going around incredibly fast. We saw him try to make his way to the outer rim to jump off, but he kept getting thrown back. And he wasn't a boy anymore, but a man. And then more than a man. And even more. And much more than that. Around and around. How many times did it go round? 200? 3?
Oh, well, look at him.
His hair was long and spidery, white. It blew like milkweed in the dark. Eyes were shut, nose collapsed on the gristle, mouth a ruined white flower. He was small inside his clothes. Small as a child, but old, so old, very old. He smelled of moon swamps and old Egyptian bandages like you have in museums. And he was cold, cold as an albino frog.
He's dead.
Look, they're coming. All of them. Skeleton, Dust Witch. We gotta get out of here before Mr. Dark comes. Quietly now. Back off. Really, did we? He went backwards and forwards. Old, then young, and young, then old. We can stop it happening, could we? And they're no good, none of them.
Hell, even I don't believe the things that have happened in the last 24 hours.
But we gotta find someone higher up. And now we know the score.
Who'd believe us if we told them? What'll we do, Will?
We'll call in the police station on our way home.
I don't understand it, officer. To think Will and Jim would break in my house and steal and run off?
You saw their faces? My son?
Charlie, I am sorry. When I screamed, they looked back under the light. My nephew saw them, too.
Where is your nephew now, Miss Foley?
He went... I don't know. Look, I don't want to prosecute, but if the boys are innocent, where are they now?
Here we are. Here. We've come to give ourselves up.
Tomorrow you both go apologize to Miss Foley again. You're lucky you turned yourself in. Lucky Miss Foley won't press charges.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Good night, then, Mr. Holloway. Will.
Good night, Jim. And no more wanderings tonight.
Yes, sir.
See you tomorrow, Jim.
Well, you and Jim didn't steal anything, did you?
No.
Well, I know you're not acting guilty, but why did you go to the police?
Because we got enough enemies without the law on us, too. We were framed, Dad. I figured if we pretended to make a clean breast, they'd go easy, and they did. No point trying to explain the truth. Nobody would believe what we say.
I'd believe.
Would you? In a couple of days, Dad, I'll tell you everything, I swear. In Mom's honor.
Mom's honor's good enough for me.
Dad, am I a good person?
Yes.
Will it help when things get really rough?
It'll help.
Dad, are you a good person?
To you and your mother, yes. But a man's no hero to himself.
Why aren't you happy?
Well, since when do you think being good meant being happy?
Since always.
Well, since now, learn otherwise. Sometimes the man who looks happiest in town with the biggest smile is the one carrying the biggest load of sin. He's had his fun, and he's guilty. And men do love sin, Will. On the other hand, that unhappy, pale, put-upon man walking by who looks all guilt and sin, well, often that's your good man. For being good is a fearful occupation. Men strain at it and sometimes break in two. You work twice as hard, minute by minute, hour by hour. You got the choice. Be good, be bad. That's what the clock ticks. I always wanted to be perfect, I guess. Spent too much of my life hanging around thinking, analyzing, worrying over right choices to make. Instead of getting on doing stuff. So suddenly I got old. I was 39 before marrying your mother.
I want you to be happy.
Well, just tell me that I'll live forever. That'll do nicely. Come on. Let's go in.
Dad, don't go near the carnival.
Oh, strange. That's just what I was going to tell you.
Jim, you awake?
Mom?
Oh, you shouldn't have the windows so high open. Mind your health.
Sure.
Don't say sure that way. You don't know until you've had 3 children and lost all but one.
Never gonna have any. No use making more people. People die.
You're here, Jim. If you weren't, I'd have given up long ago.
Mom, can you remember Dad's face? Do I look like him?
The day you go away is the day he leaves forever.
Hey, who's going away?
Why, just lying there, Jim. You run so fast. Promise me, wherever you go and come back, you'll bring lots of kids. Let them run wild. Let me spoil them someday, huh?
I'm never gonna own anything that can hurt me.
Oh, someday you gotta be hurt.
No, I don't.
You'll live and get hurt. Oh, sleep tight now. Oh, why do boys want their windows wide open?
Warm blood?
Warm blood? That's the story of all our sorrows. And don't ask why.
Hey, Storm. You out there? Why don't I climb up, knock that lightning rod loose, and throw it away?
Night, Dad, night. The lightning rod. Gone.
Jim! Jim!
I sort of felt the balloon coming before I heard it. Then it stopped right over our houses. It was green, like moldy cheese. And the temperature dropped to freezing. Must have gone down 40 degrees. And there was something in the balloon.
The Dust Witch.
Eyes sewn shut with black thread. Ears stuffed with moss.
Horrible wrinkly mouth, like an old dried apricot. I saw her.
I sort of felt her fingers dipping down to turn everything over and, like, feel the bumps of the world. Then she dipped inside me with one hand.
And me with the other.
She felt our souls.
And she tasted them.
And smelled them.
You killed Mr. Cougar, William Halloway. You killed Mr. Cougar, Jim Nightshade. We will come for you both. Revenge.
She floated away over Jim's roof. Hey, come on, Jim, hurry up. It'll be dawn soon.
Where will we go?
Find somewhere to hole up for when they come looking for us.
My mom.
She'll be fine.
But they...
Fine. It's us they'll be looking for, not our parents.
It would have to rain just now. It's going straight down my neck.
Hush. Jim, someone's crying.
Where?
There's a little girl.
What would a little girl be doing out under a tree in the rain? Who is it?
I don't know.
May, help me.
Not Jenny Holdridge, is it?
No.
Jane Franklin?
No.
Help me. Nobody will help me. I don't like this.
It's all right, little girl. We'll help you.
Will? Jim? It's you.
No, let go of my hand. I don't know you.
Oh, don't go. Don't leave me.
Oh, Will, let's get out of here.
Someone must help me. Someone must help. Her. Nobody will. Nobody has.
I can't leave her.
She's gone. Find her. She's gone. Bring her back.
Find who?
Oh, she's lost. Lost. She ran off in that place and never come back.
Hey, now, you'll be all right. I'll get help for you. This is Will Halloway, okay?
I know.
But I know who you are. Your eyes.
You know me.
Yeah. Miss Foley.
Who'll believe it?
I believe. We do. Jim and me.
The carousel. She rode on the carousel.
Oh, I gotta go. I got to. Before they find me.
No, Miss Foley, come back. Come back.
It couldn't have been Miss Foley.
Yes, it's the eyes. They never change. That's how you tell. Like it was with Mr. Cougar and the evil boy. She must have heard the music and gone out. Something went wrong. Maybe the carousel wasn't fixed right after we broke it.
Or maybe they did something to her on purpose.
Just gave her more than she ever wanted.
Or asked for.
Yeah. She just wanted to be young again, that's all.
But not that young.
Right now, I feel like I just ate a cold snail raw.
Carnival procession. Coming into town?
They're looking for us already.
They can march down any old street, fine and dandy, in a procession and spy as they go.
Come on, let's go.
Halloway residence.
Dad, it's Will. We may not be home today. Tell Mom and Jim's mom.
Well, where are you?
We got to hide. They're looking for us.
Who's they?
Circus people. I don't want you in it, Dad. We'll just hide one day, maybe two, till they go away. If we came home, they'd follow and hurt you, or Ma, or Jim's mom.
Willie...
I got to go. Wish me luck.
Willie... Luck?
We were hidden in the dark drain, under the cigar store sidewalk grill, to let the carnival pass.
It's right out front the cigar store. What are we doing here, Will? Let's go.
No, shut up. Look, it's Dad.
Went to buy some cigars in town, dropped the cellophane down a metal grill, watched it go, and saw Jim. Will? What in the hell is going on?
Don't look down at us here.
Come up out of there.
Dad, we can't.
Mr. Halloway, we're dead if you don't look up.
The illustrated man.
Who? A man was approaching, and every bit of him I could see was tattooed.
Sir, name's Dark. I'm looking for two boys. The Cougar Dark combined shows have picked them to be our special guests during our celebratory visit to town.
Well,
These boys will ride all rides, see each show, shake hands with every performer, go home with magic kits, baseball bats.
And who are these lucky boys?
There is one, and there, the other.
He opened each hand in turn. On his left palm was tattooed Jim's face, and on his right palm, Will's.
You know them, sir? Surely you wouldn't want them to lose out.
No, but well, one of them looks like...
Like?
Milton Blomquist.
Who is Milton?
And the other looks like Avery Johnson. They both moved to Milwaukee 2 weeks ago.
You lie.
Me?
Fact is, we know who these boys are. They are Jim and Will.
There's plenty of Jims and Wills around. Prizes? Special guests? I don't believe a word of it. You're the one that's lying, Mr. Dark.
And he squeezed his hands in rage. First the right. Ah, my head!
Then the left.
My head! He was digging his nails into the palms. Blood!
Tripping through the grill.
And then the dust witch appeared.
Tell your husbands, tell your wives, tell your fortunes, tell your lives. See me. I know. See me at the show. Tell you the color of his eyes. Tell you the color of her lies. Blind, yes. But I see what I see. Why? There's Mr. Dark. And good day to you, old man.
Fine day to you, Mom.
And your name, sir, is...
Halloway. Charlie Halloway, working in the library. In fact, I'm late. I better be going. Drop by sometime.
I will. Oh, Mr. Halloway, you can be sure I will drop by sometime. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Psst. Boys, they've gone. Can you hide, keep out from under the rest of the day? I'll tell your mothers you got jobs at the carnival. It's a good excuse for you not coming home. By the time you show up after dark, I'll have a plan.
So that's what we did. We hid and we hid all day long until after 7. Then made our way to the library.
Now, see here. I got to looking at these old newspapers. This advert here from October 1888. Here, J. Cougar and G.M. Dark present the Pandemonium Theater Company. Combines sideshows and unnatural museums international.
1888?
Yeah, going back, 1860, 1846, the same ad. Same names. Dark and Cougar, Cougar and Dark.
It couldn't be the same men, could it?
Yeah, in October, always in October. Beware the autumn, people.
What?
It's an old religious tract. I read it as a boy. How does it go now? Where do they come from? The dust. Where do they go? The grave. Does blood stir in their veins? No, the night wind. What ticks in their head? The worm. What speaks from their mouth? The toad. What sees from their eyes? The snake. What hears with their ears? The abyss between the stars.
The autumn people. So, does that make us summer people?
No, not quite. Most of us, half and half. But there are times when we're all autumn people, when we're foolish, wrong, evil, sinful, because we haven't given it thought. You see, knowing, really knowing, is good. Not knowing or refusing to know, to think, is bad. We'll have a visit from the autumn people very soon.
But is it bad, the carnival?
Bad? How can you ask that?
No, it's a good question. Part of that carnival looks great and people enjoy it, but you can't get something for nothing. And the fact is, from them you get nothing for something. They make you empty promises. You stick your neck out, wham!
Where do they come from? Who are they?
Oh, maybe a man a million years ago stuffed himself with other people's unhappiness. Chewed their pain all day, thrived on it, because the stuff of nightmares is their plain bread. They butter it with pain.
All those years. The same people?
Yeah, riding the carousel. They can shave off a year or two anytime they want.
So they could live forever.
And hurt people. But why? Why all the hurt?
Because you need fuel, boy, gas, something to run a carnival on. Maybe it survives living up the poison of the sins we do to each other and the ferment of our most terrible regrets. It smells boys ulcerating to be men and feels the aggravation of middle-aged men like me who gibber after long-lost August afternoons to no avail. It attracts old ladies like Miss Foley, who wants to be a beautiful young woman again. But they're careful not to tell one thing to those who go riding to its music.
What?
Jim, if you're a miserable sinner in one shape, you are in another. And an old man made into a young man still got an old man's brain.
Like poor Miss Foley. I wonder what they'll do with her, Dad.
God help her. They'll probably throw her in with the rest of the freaks. Now, we have to decide. Do we keep hiding out?
No.
We can't. We've got to fight.
But what kind of weapons? Silver bullets? Holy water?
Nah, that's vampires.
It's the front door.
Someone's inside.
Hide.
We can't leave you.
Hide. Go on. Amongst the books.
Mr. Dark, at your service, Mr. Halloway. Where are the boys?
Boys?
The boys are not home. What a shame they'll miss those free rides.
I wish I knew where they were.
I could kill you, old man. Huh? Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
I hear your frail heart beating. One of my friends outside can fix you so it seems you died of most natural heart failure. Why do your eyes jump beyond my shoulder? The boys are in here somewhere, aren't they? You tell me where they are, old man. I'll make you 40 again. You can celebrate 35.
No.
A rare young age. Heal your heart so you can run again.
I won't listen.
Everything fine and new and glorious to be savoured again?
Shut up. Just shut up. I'm not listening.
All right. Stay here and listen to your hearts. I'll send someone to fix it. But first, the boys. Boys? You there?
He won't find them. He won't.
Boys? Answer me. You hear me? Boys?
We were on the topmost shelf in one of the aisles, laid flat.
He's coming.
He's near.
One of you still wants what we offer, eh?
Jim, me? No, not still. Not me.
Is it Jim that's the smart one?
I don't know anything.
We'll shut William up. Give you the ride that would have been his if he'd used his head. Right, Jim? I wonder, are you in this alcove? Will? William Halloway. Where's your mother tonight? She was out riding the night wind, Willie William, on the carousel. We put her on, around. We left her on, around a year. Around and around. You hear, Will? Can you guess which way?
Dad, where are you?
And when we let your mother off, boy, you should have heard the sound she made. She was like a cat with a hairball in her. And her old, 100 years old. A kettle of bones and spit. No one will believe what a rose beauty she was. Where are you now? Filed under B for boys, H for hidden, S for secret, T for terrified.
He's in our alcove. Maybe he won't look up.
One shelf, 2, 3, 4, 5. Am I cold? Colder? Coldest? Well, hello.
The hand with Jim pictured grabbed him.
The hand with Will pictured grabbed him.
I'm coming, boys.
Mr. Halloway.
He put us both under one arm, and then he was squeezing Dad's left arm.
May you be damned for this.
I already am.
And Dad fell to the ground. And then he took us out into the street, and I saw our Mom. Not old and crazy, just normal.
And I saw my mom. We were coming out of the church, and we tried to cry out.
Mom! He gagged us with his fists.
Old man, old man.
Dustwich. Damn you.
I hear your breathing. I feel your heart.
Why don't you just do it?
Stop the heart.
Get it over with.
Tired, slow.
Tired.
Slower.
Left arm, no feeling.
Oh, no. No, you don't. I won't give in to you. You're so funny. You're not ugly at all. I can't take you seriously.
Slow heart. Very slow. Stop.
No. Now you're tickling me. No. What's that sticking out your back? Who wound you up?
I can't. No. I can't. I can't bear it. Laughing brings me out in a rash.
When the crowds go home in half an hour, we'll ride Jim round. You still want that, Jim? You'll travel with us now that Mr. Cougar's dead. How would you like to be partners? I'll grow you to a fine, strong age. 22, 25. Dark and Nightshade. Nightshade and Dark. Sweet, lovely names for such as we. What do you say, Jim?
Dark had put a spell on us. We couldn't speak, like we were in deep shock.
And Will, let's ride him back and back at him. Make him a babe in arms. A babe for the Dustwich to carry like a clown child for the next 50 years. Would you like that, Will? To be a babe forever, not able to talk and tell all the lovely things you know. Yes, I think that's best for Will. Now, you sit here quietly amongst the waxworks. Don't move. Nobody will notice us. Well, I close down the carnival for the night and send all these good folks home. Then we can have the field to ourselves, can't we?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last free event of this evening, folks. We present the most amazingly dangerous, oft-times fatal, world-famous bullet trick. The rifle, if you please. And here, our death defier, the bullet catcher, who will stake her life, Madame Dustwich. Now we need a volunteer to fire the rifle. Very well, since there are no volunteers, we will cancel our last act.
Here's one.
No! Not him!
Hey, she's great. She acts really scared.
The rifle, please.
Sir, what have you done to your left arm? You can't fire a rifle with just one...
Boy! I need a boy to help me. My son is out there somewhere. Will? Willie, are you there?
Willie, come and help your old man.
Will! Will!
William! Here's Will, my good left hand. The bullet, please.
Mark it with your initials. You must always mark it with your initials to prove...
I'll mark the bullet with more than that. Here.
Crescent moon? I don't understand.
There. Son, help me now. Let me use your shoulder as a brace.
What is a crescent... Oh!
She's crumbled to a heap of ashes.
Dad, you killed her, and I can speak again.
Imbecile, you fool!
It wasn't a crescent moon I put on that bullet, Will. It was a smile.
No, she's not dead. It was an illusion before your very eyes.
I marked that bullet with my own smile. Come on, boy. Let's go find Jim.
Hey, Jim! Jim, no! Yeah, we're too late. He's riding.
Go get him, Will.
Jim, get off! Don't leave me here! Jim! Jump! Dad, stop the machine! Jim, I need you! Come back! Will! Yes, Will, remember me? Dad, the carousel! He's getting older! Turn it back!
The handle won't budge. It's stuck. It's stuck.
Hold on, Jim! Hold on!
Help me, Willie! I got it. Got it. Well, I'm there.
Hold on there, Jim. Come to the edge. Be careful. Get ready to jump. Dad! Stop it now. He's 13 again. Ah! But the carousel stopped so suddenly that Jim was put off balance and thrown hard into the grass.
Jim.
He's not moving. Is he dead?
Jim?
Hey, Jim, wake up.
Oh, help! Help! Oh, please help me. He's after me. The terrible man. I want to go home. I'm lost. That man with the tattoos.
Mr. Dark.
Yes, he's down that way. I'll stop him.
I will. Take care of Jim. All right, boy, lead on.
Quick!
Hey, come on. What is your name?
Jed, oh, hurry up.
Hey, wait a minute. Just a minute. How old are you, Jed?
9. My gosh, this is no time.
This is a fine time, Jed. Only 9? So young. I was never that young.
Holy cow.
Oh, unholy something. Come here.
No.
Yeah. You afraid? You're only afraid of one man, Jed. Me.
You cut it out.
Where were you taking me, Jed? To some lion's cage you got fixed and ready? To some sideshow like in the mirrors? Huh? What? Come on. Let's just roll up your shirt sleeve, shall we? Come on. Don't you run away!
I rolled up his sleeve, and there they all were. Blue serpents, blue venomed snake eyes, blue scorpions scuttling about, and all up and down his tiny torso. Scurrying.
Why, Jed, that's great artwork on your arm and here on your belly, huh? That is great.
He tried to take a swipe at me, but I clamped him in a vice.
You stay right there. Just a minute. It was a fine idea, admit it. Get me off alone, fix me, then go back and get well. You stop struggling.
You can't hurt me.
Funny, I think I can. Let me give you a big hug.
Murder!
I'm not gonna murder you, Jed. Look, Mr. Dark, whoever, whatever you are, you're gonna murder yourself because you can't stand being near people like me. Not this close. This close. A nice big hug.
Evil. You're evil.
Evil? So it must seem to you. Good to evil seems evil, so I will do only good to you, Jed. I will simply hold you and watch you poison yourself until you tell me what is wrong with Jim. Wake him up.
Can't.
You mean you won't?
Can't.
All right. Evil has only the power that we give it. I give you, Jed, nothing but hugs. Huh? Starve.
He should have roared like a lion, but he withered, dissolved like dust, and the tattoos, too, disappeared in the darkness. All the characters he'd ever captured for the carnival. Dead.
The mirror maze. It's destroyed.
Dad! Look at Jim. He's opening his eyes.
What? What you two looking at?
Oh, Dad, you did it.
We did it together.
What happened?
Well, what didn't happen? Come on, help him up, Will.
Dad, will they? Will they ever come back?
No. And yes. Not them, but other people like them. Not in a carnival, maybe, but goodness knows what shape they'll come in next. But sunrise, noon, or at the latest sunset tomorrow, they'll show. They're on the road.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. We gotta watch out the rest of our lives. The fight's just begun.
What will they look like? How will we know them?
Maybe they're already here.
Midnight.
Come on. Last one to the railroad is a tortoise. Mr. Holloway, you...
I'm game, Jim.
Dad, your heart.
Now, is death important? Well...
Dad.
No. Everything that happens before death is what counts. And we've done fine tonight. Even death can't spoil it.
Okay, ready? Run!
Hey! Wait for me, boys! Wait for me!
Will was Theo Gregory, Jim, Joseph Lindsay, Charlie, Henry Goodman, Mr. Dark, Kenneth Cranham, and Mr. Cougar and the lightning rod salesman was Jared McDermott. Miss Foley was Barbara Barnes, young Miss Foley, Amelia Clarkson, the Dust Witch, Buffy Davis, Robert, Terence Danzler, and Jed was Ethan Brooke. Original music was composed by David Paul Jones. Something Wicked This Way Comes by Ray Bradbury was dramatized by Diana Griffiths and directed by Pauline Harris.
Alright, you're not gonna believe this. I got it on video now. I put the iPad in the window and now this thing's coming up to the steps in my backyard, Mike. Just
sure it's not somebody who's called the police?
Yeah, no, it's a demonic creature. It's not human.
Peace and comfort, Lord, that He knows that Lord, you are watching over, Lord. You are His rear guard, and nothing's going to call me when you lay down at night. No sudden terror will come upon me.
Oh my God, there it is, Mike. It came back. Oh my gosh.
I command you to go in Jesus' name.
This thing is looking weird. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It knows something's going on, man. This thing is. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh my gosh. I don't know what happened. We got disconnected.
Pédophile de Lyon.
Mais pourquoi t'as laissé tomber la torche?
Pour éclairer, putain. Attends, je vais me fumer sa mère.
Non, mais arrête, c'est-à-dire qu'on peut jouer, putain!
78 on 78. News Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Happy to have you with me. It gets lonely in here sometimes when it's dark and quiet, and there's no one for company except the strange and brooding spirits. But we're not staying here for long. We're on our way to Connecticut to visit a little house on an out-of-the-way dirt road called Chimney Pot Lane. If you're interested in country property, you might be interested in it. But then again, you may not. You see, the house is vacant. Not because nobody wants to buy it. The owner is afraid to sell it.
There isn't a real estate agent in the county who touched that house, including me.
But it's so perfect for us.
No, Mrs. Sage, the house on Chimney Pot Lane can never be lived in again.
Now you're going to say it's haunted.
That would be nothing, Mr. Sage, compared to whatever evil is in that house.
Our mystery drama, The House on Chimney Pot Lane, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Now, if you order a new midsize 2-door or 4-door Buick Century Custom with an available 3.8-liter V6 engine, chrome-plated wheels, 55-45 seats, AM/FM radio, sport mirrors, electric digital clock, and an exterior molding package, we'll add power steering and power brakes at no extra charge. It's the deal of the century. Buick Century models are equipped with GM-built engines supplied by various divisions. See your Buick dealer for details.
A little science, a little magic, a little science, a little...
When I go shopping, there's no doubt my MasterCharge card carries clout.
When you carry MasterCharge, you carry clout.
MasterCharge is the #1 card used by more people in more places to buy more things than any other card in the world. That's clout.
When you carry MasterCharge, you carry clout.
Don't miss out. Carry clout.
What does the Salvation Army mean to you? A hot cup of coffee, a freshly baked donut, a place for down-and-out men to be rehabilitated, a house of worship? The Salvation Army is all of these things and more. Did you know that the Salvation Army operates a nationwide missing persons bureau that tries to locate long-lost friends and relatives? And to keep up with the times, the Salvation Army has programs in many major cities to treat the problem of drug abuse. But that's not all. The Salvation Army is on the scene, offering assistance whenever a disaster such as a flood, blizzard, or fire strikes. And the Army provides services to our armed forces, as well as our nation's senior citizens, homeless children, unwed mothers, and released prisoners. The list goes on and on. The Salvation Army meets the needs of many people in this complex society, and it is working daily to expand their network of services. The Salvation Army cares.
I'd like you to meet two friends of mine, Jim and Marion Sage. They're a playwriting team who have just had a hit play open on Broadway. They've been writing for years, living frugally in a small apartment in Greenwich Village, and at last they've hit the big time, as the saying goes. Their new financial security is making a dream come true, the dream of a house of their own in the country, where they could enjoy life while they continued to write their plays. And that's what led them to Connecticut and the house on Chimney Pot Lane.
I'm Mrs. Green. Can I help you?
Yes. You seem to be the only real estate agent in town, and we're interested in knowing something about a house.
Oh, sit down, please.
Thank you. I'm Jim Sage, my wife, Marion.
How do you do?
Hello.
We are the only realtors in this village, and we do have a lot of beautiful listings.
We're interested in one particular house. We passed it this afternoon, peeped in the windows. It seemed to be empty, and we wondered if it's for sale and if you might have a key.
We usually have our sign out in front of the houses for sale. Did you see it?
Oh, no, there was no sign.
Do you remember where it was?
Oh, yes. It was the end of a narrow road called Chimney Pot Lane.
Chimney Pot Lane? That house?
Yes. We fell in love with it, and we were hoping...
That house definitely isn't for sale.
Oh, dear. Why is it vacant, then?
The owner closed it up and moved to Florida.
Well, I thought houses were at a premium around here.
The house on Chimney Pot Lane can never be lived in again.
Now you're going to say that it's haunted.
We're not generally given to superstition here, Mr. Sage, but things happened in that house that no one can turn their back on.
Like what?
We don't talk about it anymore, but...
Please.
Well, there was nothing wrong until 5 years ago when a group of cultists moved into the house. No one knows what kind of things they were up to, but they left, and then things started.
What kind of things?
Well, the next family that owned it disappeared entirely. Just like that. I mean, water still in the tub, breakfast things on the table. Never heard from again.
And, there was more?
The next owner just abandoned it, wouldn't tell anybody what happened. And finally, Ed Hagen, who owns it now, tried to burn it down, and, well, that was the capper.
Capper?
Now, the place wouldn't burn. Fire started in the kitchen, burned for almost an hour before the fire department was notified, and no more damage than one kitchen wall. That house is bewitched.
Can you give us the address of this Mr. Hagen?
He won't sell.
Well, we'd at least like to ask.
Very well. But you're wasting your time.
Do you believe what she said?
Oh, what happened may be true. But I don't think it's evil spirits. There's just some explanation that no one wanted to look for.
Want to swing by and take another look?
Oh, I'd love to.
Hey, Marion. Hey, come around here.
What is it?
Look, the boards are loose on this window. I didn't notice it before. You want to go in?
Do you think we should?
Well, Mr. Hagen's in Florida. We got to see the inside if we're serious about buying.
Let's go.
Good. And now this ought to come off easy. There you go. And I give you a hand up.
It's not high. There. That's easy.
Yeah. Well, here I come.
We're in a pantry.
Yeah, light's kind of dim. Come on. Hey, here's the kitchen. Ah, that's where the fire was, huh?
It was strange, wasn't it? I mean, that the whole house didn't burn?
Well, I still don't think black magic had anything to do with it.
Look how charming. A sunken living room.
Hey, with a fireplace. Paneling's in good condition, too.
And a den, Jim. Look over here.
Yeah. Might make a good workroom for us.
Oh, isn't it perfect? And a fireplace in here, too? Oh, I'm falling more in love with it every minute.
Hey, check that circular staircase, huh?
I can't imagine a better place for us, Jim. Oh, let's see if we can get in touch with Mr. Hagen.
I'm with you. I'm ready to take it, evil spirits and all.
And maybe we'll even write a play about it.
Look, let's get back to the city. I'll try to call Mr. Hagen tonight. Okay. Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Hagen. We'll have our attorney handle things. Thanks. Goodbye.
It's ours?
Well, that was Hagen's son. Old Mr. Hagen died last year. His son's only too glad to get rid of the house.
How long will it take?
A couple of weeks, maybe. I'll get Fred to handle the details.
Oh, I hope we're in by Christmas. I'm going to ask Georgia to give us some advice on the decorating. Broadway's #1 set designer ought to have some good ideas for a country house with a resident evil spirit. it beautiful, Georgia?
Oh, it is. I've got a dozen ideas already. I would suggest cutting through the pantry and combining it with the kitchen.
Take a look at the den, George. You know, we want something dramatic in there.
Okay. Oh, isn't this cozy fireplace bay window?
We're thinking of some sort of bold wallpaper. You see, that one wall is so...
unbroken, yeah. Something dramatic. Hey! I've got it. How about a photo mural?
Not a bad idea. Got something in mind?
I do. You want a little flair. I think I've got just the thing.
What?
A jungle scene complete with lion, birds, ferns, vines.
That sounds exciting.
Do you know the photographer Elliot Mann?
No.
Well, he's an old friend from college. He's been in Africa and took some incredible shots. One would make a terrific mural for that wall.
Well, let's take a look.
I'll borrow some slides from Elliot. I think it might be perfect. It would certainly be unique.
It's really sensational, George.
Oh, I'm glad you like it. I was having some doubts that it might be too overpowering.
No, I love it. It makes the whole room seem larger.
Yeah, it's like having an indoor garden, you know, with all those vines and ferns.
That lion on the rock. And the tropical birds. Oh, it's so dramatic. I can't wait for the housewarming to see people's reaction.
Oh, by the way, I'm bringing Elliot to the party. He's anxious to know how the mural turned out.
Great. It'll be nice to meet him. It's a week from Saturday, you know.
You two have certainly done wonders in the month and a half you've been in here.
With your help.
Well, the place was in pretty good shape.
You haven't met up with any of those celebrated evil spirits, have you?
No, not a one. The house is as normal as we are.
You know, where there is something evil or psychic or whatever, you can usually sense it.
We haven't felt anything but happiness in all the weeks we've been living here. I'll get it. Georgia, come in.
Oh, it's starting to snow.
The forecast said snow and freezing rain.
Wow. Marion, this is Elliot Mann.
Hi. Nice to be here.
I'm delighted you could come. And we love your photograph.
Oh.
I guess you know that.
Well, I'm happy it worked out so well.
Come on in. Meet everybody. And we'll show you how the wall looks.
That is impressive. The details held up beautifully in the blow-up. Yeah, the feeling of realism is incredible. Everybody's talking about it. Well, I'll never forget shooting that photo. The stupid lion attacked us a second after I snapped. Chased our car for almost a mile before he gave up.
Well, you have to expect those things when you gallop around Africa.
The animals weren't as dangerous as the natives. They were a wicked bunch in that part of the bush. They're headhunters, primitive, superstitious, and utterly ruthless.
I'll stay in the good old USA, thanks.
They refuse to be photographed, if anyone's foolish enough to get close enough to try.
Why?
Well, it's a common belief among many primitive people that the camera captures their soul. They're deathly afraid of cameras. Yeah, I've heard that.
Needless to say, you didn't get any shots.
Oh, not of the headhunters. It wasn't worth the risk.
Hold on a minute. I think you might be mistaken, Elliot.
What do you mean?
I've never noticed it before. We've had the mural up for 2 weeks, but I just didn't see it till now. Look, through the leaves down in this corner. It's the face of a man.
Let me see that.
Oh, it's a face, all right. You probably didn't know he was there when you took the picture.
Well, he couldn't have been. There wasn't a native for 10 miles around. Anyway, I would have seen it on the slide. Well, maybe the blow-up brought it out. It's just a trick of the lighting. You're right, Marion. It does resemble one of the bushmen. When you stand back, it looks like a face. It's just the pattern of the leaves and ferns. There's no real face there.
Oh, yes, I see it now. It looks like the real thing to me.
Well, you probably can find lots of images in those leaves. The dappled sunlight does it.
Looking for things in the mural will give Jim and me something to do when we hit those writing blocks.
Marion, some of the gang's starting to leave, and they're worried about getting back to the city in the storm. It's turning to sleep.
Oh, look at it out there.
Yes, I'm glad you invited me to stay the night.
Well, I'd better start back, too. I'm leaving for Wyoming in the morning.
Oh, it's a shame to wind things up so soon. I wish we could put everybody up.
You better not wait any longer, Elliot. It turned to sleet, all right. It's a fairyland. Everything is ice.
The sun on those trees. It's fantastic.
And we're without a phone. The branches are down all over the place. I'm going into town.
Ah, the joys of winter in suburbia. I hope the crowd made it back safe last night.
Well, I'm sure they did. I'll be back as soon as I can. I've got to get the phone company out here, and then I'm going to get a haircut. I'll see you later.
Drive carefully, dear. Let's take our coffee into the den, Georgia.
Okay.
I'll stir up the fire. There's some embers left from last night.
Oh, it really is beautiful out there. The scene through the bay window almost looks like a painting itself.
Georgia.
What?
Look over here. The face I saw in the leaves last night.
Hey. Where is it?
But that's what I mean. It's gone.
Good morning, ma'am. Your phone company.
Yes, come in. I saw you working on the wires. That was fast.
Well, I was in the area when I got the call. Weather like this keeps us busy.
Oh, I can imagine.
Well, I've got to check the instrument now.
Of course, this way. Phone's in the den. Would you like some coffee?
No, thanks very much. I got to get going when I check you out.
Okay. The phone's right in there.
Thank you.
And if you change your mind about the coffee, just say so. It's already made.
Thank you. Let's see here. Operator, this is Maxwell checking 0419. Right, okay. Let me get that down. 41 Chestnut Court. Okay, I'll head there next. Right? What is this? No! Get back! Get back! Get back! No!
Did you hear what I think I heard in Jim and Marion's den? Perhaps we were mistaken. What really happened, of course, was that the phone man turned around and saw... Well, come to think of it, what did he see? Perhaps we'll find out about that and more about this house on Chimney Pot Lane when I return shortly with Act 2.
Spend some time reading True Value Hardware Store's spring and summer catalog before you spend money on outdoor projects. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you that you'll find hundreds of values for your lawn and garden, like True Test Sun and Light Shade Grass Seed. Use it to start a new lawn or patch up bare spots in a thin one. A 3-pound box is just $4.77. Or keep your lawn healthy with True Test Supreme Lawn Food. The long-lasting nitrogens are released slowly, so your lawn grows green and thick. A 20-pound bag is just $4.99. True Value Hardware Store's spring and summer catalog also offers values on aero storage buildings, so you can store things outdoors and out of the way. All feature weather-tight, water-resistant construction. And the doors can be padlocked so you can safely store your lawn and garden supplies, tools, bicycles, and toys. See these values and more in the spring and summer catalog and at participating True Value Hardware stores and home centers. More than just a name, it's their way of doing business.
I'm here in the Garden of Eden with the person who knows most about temptation. Hello, Adam.
Hey, lady. How come you're wearing so many clothes?
Adam, I want you to taste something to see if it tempts you.
I'll bet you'd look great in a fig leaf.
It's brand new, see?
Knutson cheesecake dessert?
The K is silent, Adam. It's Knutson cheesecake dessert in a cup. And we think it's pretty tempting.
Hey, you're not bad yourself, you know.
Adam, try the strawberry.
Did you know that you have beautiful eyes?
It's sweet and rich with real sour cream and cream cheese.
And you have a wonderful... Did you say real sour cream and cream cheese?
All whipped up light and creamy.
Let me try that. Hey, this is tempting.
You like it?
It tickles my ribs.
Knutson Cheesecake Dessert comes in 7 rich, tempting flavors in individual serving cups. Try one and tickle your ribs.
Adam, try the raspberry. Adam, what are you doing?
Tickling your ribs.
I'm happy you've returned. You see, As your host, I have to be here. And after what I heard a few moments ago, I'd just as soon not be here alone. Thanks for your company. I suppose you heard it too, that ominous growl right in the middle of a pleasant Connecticut home, and it certainly gave our telephone repairman a turn. He couldn't believe his ears or his eyes. But then, here on Mystery Theater, lots of things happen that are hard to believe. And that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Hello? Yes? Oh, yes, he was here. Well, just a minute. Yes, his truck's still in the driveway, so he must have gone outside again. All right, I'll have him call right in.
What's that all about?
Phone company. They want to talk to the repairman. Did you see him go out?
No.
I left him in here checking the phone. That was at least half an hour ago.
That's right. We've been talking in the kitchen.
Jim came home.
We wouldn't leave without his truck.
Wouldn't think so. He must be outside. I'll look.
I'll come with you.
Jim, did you see anything of the repairman when you came in?
No, his truck's out there, and I don't know where he is.
Well, come on. We'll have a look. Telephone, phone man? Are you out there?
Hello?
He would have answered. I just don't know where he went. I'll call him back and tell him.
I thought he might be in the basement, but he isn't.
That's strange. He's not here, but where would he go without his truck? It's been 2 hours, and the truck's still there.
Oh, there's a car pulling in the driveway.
It's a police car. What in the world?
It must have something to do with the repairman.
Jim, the police are here.
Yeah, I see.
There's someone with them.
You better go out, Jim.
They're looking at the truck.
Well, that other man must be from the phone company.
Hello, officer.
Mr. Sage?
Yes?
I'd like to talk with you for a minute.
Well, of course. Come on in. This way, officer. This is my wife, Mrs. Sage, and
Hello.
a friend, Miss Kane.
Well, how do you do? I'm Officer Rich.
Is the repairman still missing?
That's right, Mrs. Sage. I'm sorry to have to bother you like this, but I have to ask some questions.
I really don't know what to tell you.
When was the last time you saw Bob Maxwell?
When I showed him into the den. He'd been outside, and he came in to check the phone, and I left him alone. And then Miss Kane and I had our coffee in the kitchen.
That's right.
And you were here, Mr. Sage?
No, I was in town getting a haircut.
Uh-huh. So the last person to see Maxwell was you, Mrs. Sage, hmm?
Yes.
May I see the den, please?
Sure, right this way. It's right off the living room.
Thank you. The operator says Maxwell checked in with her at 9:42. She gave him instructions for his next stop. And that's the last anyone heard from him. Or I take it saw him.
But I left him right here in the...
Wow. That's some wall.
Yeah, a friend of Miss Kane's took that photograph, and we had it specially made to fit the wall.
And neither of you heard or saw Maxwell go out?
No, but we were in the kitchen. I mean, he could have left without us knowing it.
Well, I don't know what else to ask. We don't suspect foul play, obviously, Mr. Sage. But this house, well, it has had a reputation.
Oh, we've been here 2 months and haven't had one single strange thing happen.
Until now.
Oh, now, look. Don't tell me you think that anything...
I don't know what to think, Mr. Sage. It wouldn't be the first time someone disappeared from this house without a trace.
Yeah, so they say.
And I have to admit, superstition has no place in a police investigation, except that this man isn't around, and his truck is.
And my wife was the last to see him.
Exactly.
Well, we're as baffled as you are, officer.
Well, I'll make my report, and we'll see where we go from there. The phone company's taking the truck back. Oh, and Mr. Sage, if anything out of the ordinary should happen, something that would give us any kind of clue, you'll let us know immediately, hmm?
Of course.
Put another log on the fire while you're up, Jim, will you?
Right, and I'll freshen the drinks.
Oh, this is so warm and cozy. I wish I didn't have to go back to the city tomorrow.
You're welcome to stay as long as you want. You know that, Georgia.
Oh, I know, and I appreciate it, Marion.
Oh, here you go, Marion. Georgia.
Thank you.
Well, it's been quite a weekend. Between last night's party and today's little episode.
It's so curious about that man from the phone company. To disappear like that.
Well, he certainly didn't meet with any foul play here.
Marion?
What?
Marion, I've been looking at the mural. It seemed to me that the lion had his mouth open, like he was snarling.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, well, look at it now.
The mouth's closed.
And his head is raised as though he were sniffing the air.
Yeah, I could swear the lion looks different now than he did when the picture went up.
Well, maybe it looks different. We don't remember. But it can't be different.
Listen, when I get back to the city tomorrow, I'll look at Elliot's original slide.
Yeah, that's an idea. Well, that ought to settle it.
Fascinating the way the firelight makes the foliage seem almost to sway.
Hypnotizing.
Yeah, that's probably why we think we see things that aren't there.
Like the man's face I saw last night. It was gone this morning in the daylight.
Well, you know, there's more in that picture than meets the eye. Looks like we'll have no end of fun with it. George, is train coming on time?
On the nose.
And while I'm making coffee, let's get started on that fourth scene today.
Oh, I was hoping to. I'll be in the den and bring in some donuts. They're in the bread box. What in the world was he doing over there in his bare feet? Oh, well. The place needs a good going over after that party. I'll clean up tomorrow.
Yeah, I was thinking we ought to open scene 4 in the hospital waiting room rather than Millie's apartment.
Jim, you shouldn't walk around these cold floors in your bare feet.
What are you talking about?
Your footprints on the floor over by the wall.
I wasn't in here in bare feet.
Well, those are wet footprints, aren't they?
Where? I don't see him.
They were right there a second ago. Damp footprints across the rug. A man's bare foot.
Well, it couldn't have been. I haven't been in here at all since you drove Georgia down the station. Much less in my bare feet.
Well, it wasn't my imagination.
Well, I didn't say it was. But the prints weren't mine. Listen, I think maybe we've let the tales about this house get the best of us. You know, last night I thought I was seeing things with the lion. You thought you saw a man's face, and now you think you saw wet footprints. The lion couldn't change, huh? We're just reading things into it. Come on, let's get to work.
Hello?
Marion, it's Georgia.
Hi, Georgia.
Listen, I've meant to call you for days, but I've been up to my ears in work. I went over to Elliot's and looked at the slide.
Oh, yes, we were wondering about that.
Must have been the firelight. The slide's the same as the wall. The lion has his head in the air and his mouth is closed.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It hasn't changed. Is that funny? We should have thought that it was different.
How are things with the house? Did that telephone man ever turn up?
No, not that we know of. We haven't heard. By the way, Georgia, could you come up this weekend? Jim's going to Philadelphia to doctor a new tryout. I'd love the company.
Sure, I'd love it. I need a break.
Georgia? Hold on a minute, will you?
Sure.
Yes, it is. Georgia?
Yeah, what's up?
The face is back in the mural.
What?
I've been staring at the wall while we've been talking. It's there. The whole outline of a bushy head and face through the ferns, like the one I saw at the party.
Elliot said that was a trick of the lighting.
But remember, the day after the party, it was gone.
You didn't see it again, you mean?
Yes, that's what I mean. See you Friday.
I'll be up in the afternoon.
Who's on the phone?
It's Georgia.
I'll call and let you know the train.
Good, I'll meet you.
And Marion, relax.
I will. Bye, Georgia.
Good idea to have her up here for the weekend. I'll be back late Sunday afternoon. I hope.
Georgia says that the lion in the photo slide is the same as the wall. There's no difference.
Well, I was expecting that. Yeah, we're letting our imaginations run away with us.
Leave the dishes, Georgia. Let's have some brandy by the fire.
Oh, you don't have to twist my arm for that.
Oh, it's probably Jim. He said he'd call when he got to Philadelphia.
Oh, he made good time.
Oh, bring the coffee into the den. The brandy's in the liquor cabinet.
I'll be right in. Say hi to Jim for me.
Hello?
Hi, honey.
I thought it would be you.
How are things with you?
Just finished dinner.
Everything is all right, isn't it?
Of course.
Well, I'm glad George is there. See you Sunday.
We'll be here. Bye, darling.
I put on a fresh pot of coffee. It'll be ready in a while. Now, how about that brandy,
Oh, yes. It's in the lower cabinet and the glasses are there, too.
Oh, well, let me get them. Nothing like a swirl of brandy. Well, now, where in the world did this come from?
What is it?
It's a feather. A blue feather.
I don't have anything with feathers. Where was it?
On the floor. I picked it up right here.
Exactly under that bird in the mural.
What do you mean?
There has never been a feather in this house. I can't stand them.
You think that... Oh, Marian, it can't be.
Look at the bird. Look. That feather is from that bird in the picture.
Oh, now, Marian, come on. You've got me doing it. I could swear I saw those ferns move.
Where?
Over there in the right-hand corner. What is happening?
We're going crazy. You do hear drums.
Yes.
We've got to get out of this house. I don't know what it is, but we've got to get out. I knew there was something about that picture. Come on, Georgia. Hurry.
Marian! Marian, look! It's moving.
Oh, the lion is coming into this room. Run, Georgia. Run.
Well, the big cat is out of the bag. Now we know that all those things Marion was seeing, the face of the man, the different face on the lion, and most recently the feather, weren't figments of hers or anyone's imagination. Something strange is happening in this house on Chimney Pot Lane, and I'll join you there shortly in Act 3.
Spring is springing up all across the land, and the flowers are blooming. Avon sunny smiles come shining. It's a time for beauty, and Avon smile I love to be seen, and Avon smile I love to be being beautiful. Avon, you make me smile. Avon, you make me smile.
Right now, if you give your Avon representative any old worn-out lipstick, you'll get a new full-size Avon lipstick for just 35 cents. It's a $2.25 value. We're out to put Avon on everybody's lips.
You give me liquid smiles so fun and so many shades, so fresh, so young, and you give me spring in style. Oh, Avon, you make me smile.
Limited time offer. Your Avon representative has details.
This is WBBM Chicago.
Decisions, decisions, decisions. That's what you'll have to make when you deposit your savings at any of the 6 convenient locations of Northwest Federal Savings. They'll be pleasant decisions, too. You see, we're making an offer. If you deposit $250 or more, you can get one of 23 great brand name gifts free or for a specially reduced price. So, will it be something for Dad, something for Mom, or something for the entire family? Will it be the West Bend 10-cup coffee maker or the Easy Rider AM/FM portable radio? Will it be the Weed Eater lawn trimmer or the Sunbeam vacuum broom? Well, those are only 4 of the 23 super gifts that you can choose from. And don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to make that decision. We're open 63 hours a week. So when it comes to convenience, that's one decision you won't have to make.
It's Northwest Federal Savings Time, 63 hours a week.
I told you I'd meet you back at the house on Chimney Pot Lane, but I'm afraid that's not where we're going now as we begin Act 3. Did I say a moment ago that something strange was happening in Marion Sage's den? Strange? It's downright terrifying.
Run, Georgia! Run! It's attacking! This way, run! It's gonna kill us! What is happening, Marion? What is it? I don't know. We're surrounded by the jungle. No, keep going. Oh, dear heaven, what's happening to us? It's so slippery. Georgia! I tripped on that vine. Let me help you. Oh, it's all right. He's turned back. He's not following us anymore. Oh, where are we? Where's your house? No any more than you know, Georgia. We're in the jungle. But how or why? 1 minute we were looking at the wall, and then here we are. This has got to be some kind of hallucination. This is not happening to us. The vine you tripped over is real enough. Your ankle is bleeding. I hadn't even noticed. Maybe you're right about moving. But it's so dense. Which way do we go and where? I can't move another step. I'm scared to death. I want to lie down and go to sleep and wake up from this nightmare. There seems to be a path leading off that way. We have got to keep moving, Marion. Come on. George, is that smoke? Yes, it is. Up ahead. The path we're on, I never thought about it. What? This path has to be made by someone or something coming and going. See what you mean. Try not to make a sound. We're coming to the top of a hill. Shh. Stay back a bit. Georgia. Look, down there. It's a village. We're on the road into town. Look at those people. It's just like the man I saw in the picture. Look at the top of those poles. Are they skulls? Come on, back down the path before they see us. How far do you think we've come from the village? I haven't the slightst idea. So hot. Humid. I can hardly breathe. We're going to have to find some kind of shelter. Yes, it's starting to get so dark. Yes, and there's no telling what comes out at night in this place. Georgia? Huh? Listen. Sounds like water. It is. Up ahead, a waterfall. Well, at least maybe we could get cooled off. Oh, it should be fresh for drinking. Oh, isn't that beautiful? Don't get too close. Those rapids are full of rocks. So fresh. So cool. Marion? Look over there. On the other side. What do you see? It looks like a cave just under the bank. Yes, I see it. It might be a safe place for the night. Here we are, down on the rock. Yeah, I'm okay. It seems to be a good-sized opening. It's so dark in there. Maybe there's something in there. Oh, wait, my cigarette lighter in the pocket of my slacks. At least we'll know what we're getting into. It's not bad at all. It's like a large room. Someone's had a fire in here, too. We're not the first tenants. Georgia, there's some kind of animal lying over there in that corner. We better get out of here fast. It's not moving. Georgia, don't go any closer. What's the matter with you? Marion! Look! It's the telephone repairman.
What? Get back! Get back! I got a stick!
You? Here!
Women! 2 women!
You're the phone man, Mr. Maxwell.
Oh,
Oh, this gets worse all the time. You're the lady with the crazy wall.
Yes, the same thing happened to you.
What happened to me? I was fixing the phone, and all of a sudden a lion leaped out at me, and I've been roaming around in the jungle. I just don't know how many days.
That's what happened to us. You've been here a whole week.
Is that how long? I've been hiding from animals and headhunters and eating berries.
There's no telling how long we'll all be here.
Is there any way back?
We hope so. But we just don't know where to look. Every part of the jungle looks like every other part.
Not so. I've been here longer than you. Now, there are certain spots that are really different.
In what way?
Well, I've come on places where the foliage looks almost fake. Now there's one spot where there are more birds. Now, they all seem to gather together. I saw this bird sitting up in a tree, and all of a sudden it flicks its tail, you know, and a big feather flies out, and right before my eyes, it disappeared. It just disappeared into thin air.
The feather. Was it blue?
It could have been, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it was.
And I know where it landed. Can you find this place where the birds gather? That may be our way back.
I think so. It's downstream a ways.
What do you mean, Georgia?
The blue feather we found on the floor of the den. It must have come from that bird. We were standing inches away from you, Mr. Maxwell. Neither of us knew it.
I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am.
No, you couldn't. But if we can find those birds, we might be close to getting out of this whatever it is.
Well, it's too dark to try now. But we could in the morning.
We must in the morning.
Is it much further to where the birds are?
See that clump of tall trees in the distance? Well, it was just to the right of them that I saw the birds, and down below was where the ferns and things looked different.
But do we have to go that far? I'm exhausted.
What's that large dark area up ahead?
That beats me. Must be a bog or something.
You know, it looks to me as though it's moving.
It does. It's sort of rippling.
It might be quicksand. I don't remember seeing it before.
It must stretch for miles. Can we get across it?
It depends on what it is.
I think it's moving toward us. Look.
It's spreading like a big oil slick.
It's moving, and it is headed toward us.
Darned if I can tell what it is.
We better turn back.
We're too late.
Oh, good Lord. They're ants. Millions of ants.
Run this way.
They're all around us. Acres of their legs. Run back. What can we do?
Keep moving. Stop and don't do any good.
Get them off me.
Get away, you devils.
My hair.
Come on, fast. One chance. Get to the river. Run!
Hello? Jim? Who's there?
Elliot Mann.
Oh, hi. Hey, what are you doing outside? I just drove up. Georgia told me she was spending the weekend. I wanted another look at that mural. No one answers. I guess the girls are out. Probably antique hunting. They said they were doing that today. Come on in. Door's open. Not like Marion to leave without locking the front door. Well, I got back a day early. Say, it's strange. All the lights are on. It's only 1 o'clock. It looks like they were having a party. Coffee and brandy. Elliot, something's wrong. Marion would never leave the den like this. Hey, that's curious. A blue feather. Where did that come from? It was on the floor here. Marion doesn't have any feathers. This is from a tropical bird. I want to know where Marion and Georgia are.
We're almost almost to the river.
I don't think I can go another step.
Oh, you can.
Help!
Come on. We're ahead of the devils. It's just a few more yards. That's it. Now, into the water. We're safe from them now. It's not far to the other side. So follow me. Here, I'll help you out. Here.
I'm up. Thanks. Oh, any idea where we are?
No, not anymore. I'm going to take a look over the top of the bank.
I'm so tired, George. I think I'm going to die. No, you're not. We're going to get out of this.
We don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. All this wandering around and being chased for nothing.
Marion, look. Through the ferns. Is that a man? Crouching? Yes. It's one of the headhunters.
Well, there's nothing familiar on top of...
Look over there. There's a headhunter looking at us through the ferns.
Oh.
What do we do?
Stay still. He's alone.
There he goes. He's running away.
Yes, he's probably gone for help. We better get out of here before they get back.
They know this place better than we do. We'll never escape them.
Look, I don't want to end up on one of those poles.
I wonder if we have any choice.
Elliot, look. Look there, in the lower left-hand corner of the wall. What? A face. I swear, it's a woman's face. Where? Through the ferns. Wait. It's gone. It was the perfect outline of a woman's face.
They're on their way. They'll probably try to circle around us and cut us off.
They'll find us. They'll kill us.
We have got to keep going.
We can't get away from them. We can't.
Up ahead. Look, the birds. That's the spot I told you about.
We might find a way.
No, I spear. I'm hit.
No, help me. He's hurt.
Oh.
Past those trees. Past the trees. There it is. Lord, Marion, help me. We've got to help him. The house, the den is right through those trees. It is. You're right. We found the way. Help me drag Maxwell. Take his arm. Hurry, please. We found it. Lord, help us get there. Please help us. Jim.
Marion!
We're coming through. We're here. Oh, help him. It's the phone man.
Spear in his back.
They're after us. The headhunters. Stop them. Do something.
There's one thing that might stop them. My camera's in the car. I'll be right back. They're deathly afraid of this. I captured more than their souls when I took that picture 2 years ago.
Going back. They've seen you.
All right, you devils. I got your souls once before. I'll get them again. They're disappearing.
Look. The whole photo mural just going. It's fading away every time you shoot.
I don't believe my eyes. I don't believe it.
The wall is white. There's not a trace of the mural left.
No one could explain what had happened. Had Elliot captured not only the souls of the natives, but the very soul of the jungle itself? Had the supposed bewitchment of the house brought it to life? Who can say? The mural is gone now, and so are Jim and Marion Sage. They put the house up for sale and bought a townhouse in the city. The last I heard, they still hadn't found a buyer.
We're going to stick our neck out and tell you something.
It's hard to miss with Arrow. Arrow shirts.
And the reason is so simple.
America's shirt maker is Arrow.
America's shirt maker has done it again with what is probably the best shirt collar ever made. Arrow's patented custom collar, and only Arrow's got it. It's a whole inch wider at the bottom than the top, just like your neck is. It's adjustable by a full half-inch, and it's got a special notch so the neckband doesn't show over your tie.
America's shirt maker is Arrow Shirts.
See why we're sticking our neck out. Stick your neck into an Arrow custom collar.
America's shirt maker is Arrow Shirts.
If we're not already your shirt maker, we ought to be.
Maybe you've got a neighbor who just bought a new Electra, and he's gotten so smug and self-satisfied lately you can't stand it. Well, look at it this way. If you had just gotten a car with all the luxury and prestige of Electra and a trim European-like design that makes it easier than you might imagine to park and maneuver in city traffic, wouldn't you be a little insufferable for a while? We thought so. The new Electra at your Buick dealers now.
A little science, a little furniture, a little science, a little...
The glittering condominium stands in the path of disaster. Time is running out for the people in the condominium.
There's a hurricane watch along the coastal areas. Gale force winds expected to reach up to 70 miles per hour.
They say a big one's coming up, but it's supposed to pass out to sea.
Soon all the land swindles, payoffs, and broken marriages won't matter.
Help me! I can't hold on.
In John D. McDonald's condominium, people lose more than their investment. Condominium is now a Fawcett paperback, and it'll blow you away. Read Condominium.
I happened by the house on Chimney Pot Lane a few weeks ago and peered through the windows. Curious. There was a pantry where I thought Jim and Marion had put in a breakfast nook, and one wall in the kitchen looked burned by a fire long ago. Well, perhaps they'll find a buyer soon. Any takers? Our cast included Marion Seldes, Terry Keane, Earl Hammond, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
morning of February the 22nd, 1953, when the National Trust that now owned the house decided to have the heating system Frank had put in taken out and replaced by a new one. So we have this team of heating engineers and plumbers busy working in the house, and on this morning the most junior member of the team, Harry Martindale, who was an 18-year-old apprentice plumber at the time, is sent down here to the cellars to work entirely on his own. What a lucky guy. Well, the job of being given was fairly straightforward, just enough a hole through the ceiling for a pipe to run through. Harry brings with him a set of ladders, and when he gets to this point in the cellar floor, he notices a sort of excavation trench has been dug down, much lower down than its existing level, and although Harry didn't know it at the time, it had actually exposed a stretch of the Roman road that passes, or one of them, that passes beneath the treasurer's house. It had been investigated at that time. But Harry just saw this as a nice, safe, suitable place, to put his ladders. So he puts the feet of the ladders in the trench, leans his ladders up against the wall, climbs up the ladders, and he gets busy working. Well, he's been working for 5-6 hours or so without any problems when he starts to hear a strange sound. It was a musical sort of sound, so he thinks to himself, it's just probably one of my friends playing a radio higher up the house. But of course he's totally wrong. The sound starts to get louder and louder and closer to him up the ladder. And he also notices, although it is a musical sound that he's listening to, it's not a song or a tune that's being played, it's the same single note over and over again. Rather thinks like somebody blowing into a horn or a trumpet maybe. Well, he still tries to ignore it. The sound gets so loud, he's definitely coming from the cellars, but yet here he is entirely on his own. In fact, it's coming from this very part of the wall here. He's up the ladder there, he glances down to look at the source of the sound, and suddenly, out from the solid wall steps the figure of a Roman soldier, wearing a helmet with plumed feathers down the back, wearing full military uniform. As the soldier steps from the wall, though, Harry notices something very, very peculiar. The soldier can only be seen from his knees upwards. But then when the soldier steps down into the trench, i.e. onto the Roman road, you can see the entire figure. Well, Harry's so amazed by this, he leans back too far and he topples off his ladder. But he picks himself up and he goes to hide as best he can in that far corner of the cellar over there, and he crouches down, makes himself as small as he can, just in case the soldier means him some harm. But the soldier totally ignores him, marches across the cellar floor, disappears through the solid wall in that area there. Well, Harry thinks about escaping, of course, but he can't. More sounds are coming out of the wall, this time the sound of a horse's hoots. And what emerged next was an absolutely massive horse. On top of the horse there was a rather proud-looking Roman soldier, and he had a circular shield over his left arm. As the horse comes out of the wall, that also couldn't be seen entirely, but then when the horse puts its hoofs into the trench that's been dug, he can see right down to the bottom of its legs. And he said what was a bit unusual about this particular horse was it had very bushy, feathery fetlocks around here. He said it was more like a cart horse, than a normal standard type of horse. Well, the soldier sitting on top of the horse totally ignores Harry, quivering and shaking in the corner there, follows his friend across the cellar floor. He and the horse go through the solid wall. Harry's just about to think of escaping again, but he can't. More noises are coming out of the wall. This time we've got footsteps, marching footsteps. What begins to come out next is the beginning of a whole column of soldiers marching in pairs. Harry counted about 18 to 20 in the actual column itself. All of the soldiers stepping out of the wall, only visible from the knees upwards. Once they're into the trench, you can see right down to the bottom of their feet. And he said all of these soldiers, you can now see, were wearing open-toed leather sandals, and they had leather strappings around the lower part of the legs just up to the knees there. The first of the pair at the head of the column, the soldier on the left-hand side, he was carrying a large stretch wind instrument, possibly the sound he'd heard earlier on. They all start to march across the floor. Well, Harry said he was so close to these soldiers crouched in the corner, he could actually hear them talking to each other, but they weren't speaking a language that he could understand at all. Well, later he gave a very, very detailed description of them. He said they were smallish figures, all wearing military uniforms, and this consisted of leather jackets on the top part of the body, and then beneath that, Harry said they were wearing, well, he called them funny little skirts. Tunics, of course, weren't they, coming down to just above the knee, and he said they were all green in colour. All of the soldiers were armed. 2 or 3 were carrying spears, but most of them just had short little swords that were in holsters on the right-hand side of their body. All in all, Harry said these soldiers, and again the phrase that he used was, didn't give a very good impression of themselves. Now what he meant by that is they certainly weren't marching proudly across the cellar floor. Harry said these soldiers were trudging along very slowly, they looked quite sad figures. Also he said these were scruffy soldiers, quite a number had mud splattered all over their legs and parts of the uniform. Quite a number of them hadn't shaved for several days, you could see stubble clearly on their faces. And it was as though they'd been out on an expedition, perhaps that lasted for several days, days maybe hadn't worked out as well as they were hoping, so here they were trudging back to their sleeping quarters. Well, as the first pairs of the column itself began to go through the solid wall, there was one other thing that absolutely staggered Harry. And that was that not a single one of these soldiers reacted to him in the corner. Not a single one of them even looked at him. And the reason Harry was so amazed by this is because he said, these soldiers, they weren't ghost soldiers. They weren't transparent figures. They weren't sort of willowy, wispy, foggy type figures you tend to think of when somebody says, I've seen a ghost. He said these soldiers were totally solid and real. He said they were so lifelike, he was sure that if he knelt up in that corner and stretched out as far as he could with his arm, he could have touched the soldiers that were nearest to him. But he was far too scared to do that, of course. But when the last pairs of the column had gone through the wall and the footsteps and the voices got fainter and fainter and fainter, Harry makes a run for it, picks himself up, sprints across the cellar, dashes up the first tunnel, rushes up the second one, scrambles up the steps that you came down, and he plonked himself on the top step up there. He was shaking like a leaf, absolutely terrified. Well, the old warden who's in charge of the house at this time sees Harry sitting there. He knows, obviously, something very serious has happened, so he walks over to him, and before Harry has a chance to say a single word about what he'd seen, the warden leans over him and he said, by the looks of you, my lad, I think you've seen them Roman soldiers. Because the warden had seen the exact same soldiers here the previous year, but never told anyone. Well, Harry Martindale went on immediate sick leave, and he never works as a plumber for the rest of his life. That's the last he sees of any soldiers. But 4 years later, in 1957, we get more amazing sightings here. The keeper of the house by that time, the warden, was a lady called Joan Mawson, and her job was to unlock all the rooms first thing in the morning, including coming down to the boiler room. Well, Joan was a very proud owner of 2 little Yorkshire Terrier dogs, and they were allowed to run everywhere with her throughout this house. But on this morning, as soon as she opened the top door, her dogs dashed down the first tunnel and disappeared up the second tunnel. As Joan starts to walk down the first tunnel, she says she then starts to hear her dogs. She said they started making the most horrible sound she'd ever heard, a mixture of howls and snarling. She came on the second tunnel to investigate, got to the opening then and looked through, and said she saw that her dogs were watching a column of 18 to 20 Roman soldiers wearing green tunics, quite a number splattered with mud, she said, walking in pairs across the cellar floor, disappeared through the wall. 2 months later, she has a second sighting. In the boiler room itself, hears noises in here. Her first reaction has been a break-in. Comes to go on the second tunnel to investigate. Gets to the opening there, looks through, again said she saw 18 to 20 soldiers, similar to the one she'd seen on the first sighting. But this time, each of the soldiers was leading a horse by its reins across the cellar floor. She said quite a few of the horses were splattered with mud, she noticed, and they disappeared one by one through the wall. And then in December 57, she has the third and last ever sighting. Walking down the first tunnel to get to the boiler room, she hears noises in here that obviously should not have been. She comes along the second tunnel. She gets to the opening. She looks through. She says she swore blind. She saw the exact same soldiers she'd seen on the second sighting, but this time all mounted on their horses, but all slumped forward, clinging onto their horses' necks as though they were either fast asleep or completely and utterly worn out. And Joan said it looked to her as though it was the horses that were having to take the poor soldiers back to the quarters, and they disappear one by one through the wall. Well, that's the last ever sighting of any soldiers in the house, you'll be pleased to know. But what about Harry Martindale? Well, Harry kept quiet about what he'd seen for many, 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 many months. He doesn't think anybody's going to believe him anyway, but because he's on sick leave, his friends are pestering him all the time. Why are you not at work, Harry lad? Have you done your back in? I'm not going back to work. Get back to work, Harry lad, you'll lose your job. I don't care about my job. And he was sacked. But then to shut his friends up, he chooses a small group of his very, very closest friends, and he decides to tell them exactly what's happened, and he tries to make them promise not to tell anybody else. True to the story, they tell their friends who tell their friends who tell them, and it gets into newspapers. Well, Harry's then interviewed by a whole team of experts on the Roman fort, on Roman military history, and he's quizzed about some of the details he gave, which were a little bit baffling. Was he certain that one of the soldiers was carrying a circular and not the more normal rectangular shaped shields Roman soldiers usually carry? No, Harry said, of course I could tell the shape of that shield. Definitely a circular shield, a big one, and it had a big raised hubs thing in the centre there. And what about these tunics, Harry, these skirts? You said they were green in colour, but it was a bit dark down here. Could you not have been mistaken in the light? Could they not have been red tunics those soldiers were wearing? Again, as was more known. No, Harry said it was a bit dark down here, but I could see the colour. Definitely green tunics and quite a few splattered with blood there. What about these swords? You said they had their swords on their right hand side. Sure, it's on that side, on the left hand side where they had the swords. No, Harry said, it was the side closest to me. I was crouched in that corner. Definitely on the right hand side. Well, the first people who talked to him don't believe a word he says, of course, because his description of these soldiers is complete and utter nonsense. But as a consequence of the great archaeological digs undertaken in the city in the 1990s, through into the 2000s, still ongoing, we've uncovered a whole mass of materials from the fort itself, and those materials are there for you to see in the Yorkshire Museum, in the Museum Gardens if you wish to. And we now know more than we've ever done about those reserve troops left to run the fort as the regulars have headed off back to try to defend Rome. It turns out that those soldiers in the fort at that time were always issued with circular, not rectangular shields. They wore green, not red tunics, and they carried their swords in what were known as scabbards on the right-hand side of their bodies, with them to use as dagger-type weapons. So lots of subsequent evidence backs up Harry's story. Now, instead of having never worked as a plumber again, in fact, he became, he had an 8-month nervous breakdown, and then when he got himself back together, he joined the Royal Air Force, and he saw some active service in Aden and Cyprus during the late 1950s, early 60s. He then left the RAF and became a police officer, and he served until his retirement here in the city. He's now 78 years of age, and of course next year will be the 60th anniversary of what happened. We're hoping to make quite a fuss of Harry next year, and even hoping to try to persuade him to come down here to lead some tours, possibly to raise money for a charity of his choice. But he doesn't know this yet, because we've not told him, but it's in the plans, and interestingly, just before I come to an end now, interestingly, Harry's given hundreds and hundreds of interviews to the world's media, because it's an internationally known story. He hasn't changed a single detail about what he said he saw. Also, quite interestingly, he's deliberately chosen not to take a single penny for any of the interviews he's given, only the articles that he's helped writers to write about his stories, so he is certainly not in this for the money. To finish, for me, the most intriguing thing about Harry's story is that if he had wanted to invent a story of seeing a load of Roman soldiers down here, be believed right from the very word go, maybe cashed in on his story if he wanted to, then in order for him to be believed, the descriptions of the soldiers that he would have given would have matched the pictures of traditional Roman soldiers he'd have seen at school as a young boy, but instead the descriptions that he comes out with were totally unbelievable at the time. He gave them, remained unbelievable for many years, and it's only fairly recently that those descriptions now make sense, and that's what we think makes Harry's whole story just that little bit interesting.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We live in a computer world. I suppose, like all of you, I am not alone in resenting the machines which sometimes spell out figures that you know are wrong. You can only hope that somewhere another human being will also know it's wrong, because the machine, fleshless and bloodless, pays you scant attention. So in this story, it is not a bit surprising that in what is the greatest bureaucracy in the world, well, at least of the world, one small, insignificant cog in the whole machinery could fail to function correctly, precipitating a disastrous result.
Look out! He'll run us down. Don't worry. What did you find? He went right over us. Well, through us. We could have been killed. But we weren't. That's one of the advantages of being already dead.
Our mystery drama, Dead Wrong, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ralph Bell and Jack Grimes. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Think of your True Value Hardware Store's paint department as a home improvement center. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you their True Test paints can help make a major improvement in the appearance of your home, indoors and out. True Test Easy Care Interior Latex Flat Enamel has a tough, scrubbable finish that will keep your walls looking as fresh as the day you painted them. And you can choose Easy Care in white or 44 decorator colors. The True Test Weatherall Acrylic Latex House Paint from True Value Hardware Stores has a breather-type finish that expels damaging moisture to resist blistering and peeling. And it's available in 35 Jamestown colors plus white. Get True Test Weatherall and Easy Care. They've both earned the Good Housekeeping seal and are available exclusively at participating True Value Hardware Stores and home centers.
True Value Hardware is more than just a name. It's a way of doing business that means True Value.
York Furs, the touch of elegance. A York fur is unique, put together with painstaking detail by master craftsmen doing what they do best. Because at York Furrier of Elmhurst, the greatest care and craftsmanship goes into the creation of every garment. You can feel the quality of a York fur, from the texture of the pelts to the way it moves when you wear it. York Furs, the touch of elegance. York Furrier, the signature of excellence. 107 North York Road in Elmhurst, the finest furrier in the world.
And now you can enjoy exceptional savings on York's entire collection of more than 2,000 beautiful furs. Choose from the finest lynx, fox, raccoon, sable, and many others, including York's famous natural mink. Come to the exciting pre-season fur sale in progress through September 16th at York Furrier in Elmhurst.
Become a nation of health fiends. The bicycle is in the midst of a renaissance. Most of our population labors through each day on one diet system or another. People are out punishing themselves jogging. America has always been a land of excess, and when we make mistakes, there is never anything small about them. The temper of our times. Just look at what happened to Peter P. Bell.
Oh, wow, Marge. I'm beat. That was a wild last set.
It sure was, Petey boy. But we won.
Yeah, so what?
I don't know. Isn't that the whole idea of tennis?
I suppose so. Any beer on ice?
Yes.
I'll get it.
No, you won't. I don't want you fiddling about in my icebox.
Oh, your icebox?
All you did was pay for it. I maintain it.
And me? What would I do without you?
Well, I hope you never have to, lover. Now, the larger question is, what would I do without you?
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. I may be pushing the half-century mark, but I'm as healthy as a horse.
Now, you do tend to overdo, though, honey. Here's your beer.
Thank you. Overdo what?
You
played 2 pretty rough sets of singles before our doubles match.
Oh, you played some singles, too.
Ah, yes, but then I am a bit younger.
Oh, hardy har. You can tell your age, lover girl, by the terms that you use.
What does that mean?
Icebox, indeed. That went out with 23 Skidoo. The term of reference is refrigerator or fridge.
What's the difference so long as it makes things cold?
None. Unless it happened between us.
No chance of that. I love you, husband.
I love you, Marge. Mm-hmm. Oh, good Lord. 27 years. The best years of our lives.
Correction. The best years are yet to come.
Too right. Here is to the next 27.
I'll drink to that. Look, why don't you just lie there and give your tired old muscles a rest? I have to run into town.
Oh, what for?
Sooner or later, your stomach will be clamoring for attention. We're going to have pork chops cooked outdoors tonight, and I forgot to get applesauce. And I have to drop off the big coffee maker at the Priors.
Okay. Want me to start the fire?
No hurry. I'll be a good hour or so. I think we'll eat in here. It's blowing up a storm out there.
Yeah, it was pretty windy during the last part of the set.
If you fall asleep on me, I'll wake you up in time to get the chops on.
Mm-hmm. Who's going to fall asleep?
You. I would bet on it. And I think you should. You need the rest.
Hey, will you stop putting my foot in the grave?
Peter Bell, don't even suggest such a thing.
My dear, it's only a pleasantry.
Not to me. I want you around for a long, long time.
Well, don't you worry. Your words will live to haunt you. I lay back after she went thinking, darn it, I feel so good. I have the best wife in the world. I'm at the productive peak of my life. I'm in the prime of health. Our children are out in the world, each successful in his own way. And Marge and I are living a second honeymoon with nothing missing from the first except inexperience. This one is total enjoyment. The whack of the screen door brought me awake, if indeed I had been asleep. I thought, of course, it was Marge coming back. But instead, it turned out to be my introduction to Elmer Potts. Yes, can I help you?
Yes, I think so. Dear me, that wind is so... I can't seem to find that.
You've lost something?
Well, your name and address. But I can remember it. You are Mr. Peter P. Bell.
Yes, that's right. But I'll be frank, Mr. whoever you are.
Elmer Potts.
If you came to sell me something, I am not buying.
Oh, I didn't come to sell you anything. I've come to fetch you, Mr. Bell.
Fetch me where?
Over there, to the other side.
The other side of what?
But I don't blame you for not wanting to accept it. I was the same way myself. I just said, why, this is silly. This can't be happening to me.
This what?
This being dead. I didn't want to die either.
What are you talking about?
You, Mr. Bell.
Are you trying to say that I'm dead?
You have to be.
Why?
Because otherwise, why would they send me for you?
Send you? Who?
Well, the controllers and whoever runs it over there. I can't tell you too much because I'm so new myself.
New to what?
Well, to being dead. This is my first time back since I passed over.
Hey, what kind of a nut are you?
Well, if you'll excuse a little joke, a hard one to crack. Because there isn't any substance to me, just like you are now.
What do you mean?
Well, there's just the spirit part, and the body's left behind. Look, in the chair you got up from.
Say, that's me. That is me, sitting there.
Yeah, well, it was. It's just a husk now.
Hey, what kind of tricks are you trying to play on me?
None. I know it's hard getting used to it first, and it hits different people different.
Oh, but I can't be dead. I'm not even 50. And I'm in the best of health, and I'm happy. I have everything to live for.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bell.
Oh, no, there must be some mistake.
Look, I'm sorry. I haven't got time to argue with you. I've got a schedule to maintain, so we'd better get started. We got a long way to go.
Oh, wait a minute. Where are we going?
Over there.
Where is there?
where you go when you die. You like it once you get used to it. Come on.
What right have you to take me anywhere? Who are you anyway, huh?
Well, I'm just Elmer Potts, like I told you. But I've been delegated, and that means you have to go.
Delegated by whom?
Well, directly only by my controller, but he acts on orders of the supervisor, the man himself.
But that isn't the way it works. It's death that comes to take people away.
Well, that's what I thought, too, before I made my crossing. But, well, you can see now, like I can see, that was only in olden times. There are too many people kicking off now for one person to handle the whole thing, so that's just like one of the dirty jobs you get handed when you're new over there.
Jobs?
Sure. Now, come on, we got to get a move on.
And I am not going with you.
Mr. Bell, you haven't any choice. You got to go with me. You're dead.
I set every ounce of will and muscular strength I had to resist this pale, small lunatic, or magician, or whatever he was. But his hand under my elbow propelled me inexorably forward, right through the screen door of the porch and on towards the front of my house. The terror of it was clotting my throat. I saw my neighbors on each side outdoors, and I tried to yell to them, or wave, but my voice was frozen in my throat, and my arms riveted to my side as if bound in iron chains. I almost wished they had been, for I found that the wind was literally lifting me off my feet.
You'll have a little trouble being weightless at first, like the astronauts, you know, but you'll get the hang of it.
Where are we going?
To the bus. I think we'd better cross the street here.
Now, get back. This crazy kid will run us down.
Don't worry.
Are you out of bounds? He's gonna... He went right over us.
Well, through us.
He didn't even stop.
He didn't see us.
We could have been killed.
But we weren't. And that's one of the advantages in being dead. You can't be hurt anymore.
But I don't want to be dead.
Yeah, come right down to it. I suppose that's the main disadvantage. None of us do. Well, come on. We mustn't miss the bus.
Bus? Why do we have to go by bus? I imagined after it was all over, well, I don't know. You just sort of be there. Or fly free, or... Oh, I don't know what I thought.
Yeah, no, you're quite right. Everyone used to go first class, but like I say, in times like these, everyone is cutting back. Let's see, I need 4 quarters for the bus. Oh, bother.
What's wrong?
Yeah, but I'm out of change, and the bus is coming. Would you have 50 cents in change?
You have some nerve. You mean I have to pay my way into heaven?
Well, please, I'll pay it back as soon as we get there. You wouldn't want me to get into trouble on my very first pickup, would you?
If nobody can see us, why do we have to pay at all?
Well, it's the principle of the thing. Now, how would it look for anyone from our side to try to gyp a 50-cent bus ride?
The bus was crowded, and we had to stand. I wanted to laugh or cry with frustration. To die was bad enough. To die unexpectedly, even worse. But worst of all was this ludicrous end to it all. Swinging from a strap in an overcrowded bus, dressed in tennis shorts beside a small, undistinguished angel in a faded rayon polo shirt and pair of worn, striped, unpressed slacks. The bus ride ended at the airport. All right. Now what, Elmer?
Oh, I have to go and check on the charter. It's probably late. They're always late. Why don't you wait here for a moment while I check on the flight?
All right.
Oh, and please, don't try to run away or something. It wouldn't do you any good, you know. It'd just be a bother.
I won't try to run away.
Good. There isn't anywhere to run anyway, except the other place, and you wouldn't like it there at all.
I'll stay put, don't worry. But after he disappeared, I thought, at least I can call Marge. Maybe say goodbye. Tell her I'm all right. I fished in the pocket of my shorts and found I still had a dime. I crossed to the phone booth, and following instructions, I picked it up to listen for the dial tone before I dropped the dime in.
I am sorry. The number you have dialed is no longer in service.
But it has to be in service. It's my number.
I repeat, the number is no longer...
You're not a record. Are you live?
That is a question I prefer not to answer.
All right. Never mind that. I want to get the number I dialed.
What was the number?
555-6381.
As I told you, that number is no longer in service.
It has to be in service. It's my number, you stupid...
I do not have to listen to abusive language. If you will control yourself, I will complete my sentence. That number is no longer in service to you.
I stood there, hanging on that phone, the empty dial tone whining, and I never in my life felt so unutterably alone. Now I knew absolutely and completely that I was dead. I didn't know how or why, but there was no escape.
Is this what it's like beyond that final curtain? Is Peter P. Bell actually dead? Of course not, you answer scornfully. He's only fallen asleep and is dreaming all this. Well, that could be the answer, but it isn't in our story. I'll give you a hint. Peter is completely dead as of the moment. But if he is, you say, then that's the end of the story. But it isn't. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
Sewing can be so easy when the experts show you how. Sewing can be so easy, you can start creating now.
I'm Polly Bergen, for Singer and for Sewing. Singer has been making sewing easier longer than anybody. With machines, lessons, fabric, everything you need to sew. Come to Singer and see how easy we'll make it for you.
100 million people sew easier with Singer.
I see America working hard every day to educate her people to live a better way.
The United Negro College Fund has helped blacks fulfill their potential in walks of life where they couldn't walk before.
We want to give our best, please understand. We are not asking for a handout, just a hand.
Give to the United Negro College Fund. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. A public service of this station and the Ad Council.
Northwest Federal Summertime. It's Northwest Federal Summertime, summer savings time.
Ah, some fun and song. People have lots of ways to spend summertime, and Northwest Federal gives you lots of ways to save. Choose one of 23 gifts free or for special low prices when you deposit $250 or more at any Northwest Federal Savings Center. There's an Igloo ice chest, a Weber grill, a Norelco Gotcha hairdryer, a Sunbeam hand mixer, and other gifts to help make summer savings a little easier. So when summer's over, you'll have more than a suntan to show. So sing.
It's Northwest Federal Summertime, 63 hours a week, summertime.
Left a bleak and despairing Peter P. Bell at the airport, bemoaning the fact that he was dead. He is invisible, and since he has tried to call to his neighbors for help and cannot reach his wife on the phone, he is truly incommunicado. It's what shall we say? It's a heaven of a situation. That's where he's bound. Only he is far from happy at the whole prospect, as his guide to the beyond returns from checking on their charter flight.
I thought you'd never get back, Mr. Potts.
Oh, I'm sorry, Peter. Everything is chaos. Of course, the flight is late. It looks like a long trip. You might as well call me Elmer if you want.
All right, Elmer.
Well, what have you been doing since I was gone?
I tried to phone my wife.
Now, that was silly. You can't go trying to call your wife on the regular telephone when you're dead.
Well, how can I reach her?
In the course of time, through the regular channels, I suppose.
What are the regular channels?
Well, like I say, I'm new, and I've only skimmed through the orientation book, but I guess it would depend on religion, or maybe a seance with the right medium. You could look it up yourself once you're all settled in.
I don't want to be settled in. I can't be dead. Just doesn't make sense.
We all feel that way to start off.
Now listen to me, Elmer. Something is wrong here. There's got to be some mistake.
No possibility. No possibility at all.
Now, you said you lost my name and address or something when you first came in, didn't you?
I thought I had lost the invoice, but while I was digging for the airplane tickets, I found it. Here.
Let me see.
Sure. There you go. There, right there.
Peter B. Pell. 25 Sperling Drive. There is a mistake. That's not me.
Your name is Peter, isn't it? You live on Sperling Drive?
No, Sterling. S-T with a T, a T.
But you do live at 25?
Yes, but...
well, a typographical error.
No. Look, you got to listen to me now. Sperling Drive's about 4 or 5 blocks from us. And there is a guy just moved in there. Our mail gets mixed up. His name is Peter B. Pell with a P. And that's not me. I'm Peter P. Bell with a B. And I live at 25 Sterling Drive, not Sperling. I know it. You got the wrong man.
Wait, let me see that invoice.
Yeah, well, sure.
Peter B. Peter P. Sterling. First to 25. Yep. Oh, it's not fair.
Fair, it sure in heck isn't.
I mean to me.
I meant to me.
But I didn't make the confusion.
Well, neither did I.
Still in all, you should have done something about it before this.
You think I haven't? We have a Sterling Avenue Association to bring pressure to have Sperling Avenue change its name. But they have an association wanting us to. So the whole mess has been bogged down for years now.
Why did Peter B. Pell have to move on that street?
Yeah, that's what I say. The mail is fouled up all the time.
So why didn't you move out or something?
Hey, listen, I was on my block first. Long before him, I built my house mostly with my own hands. Why didn't he move out?
Well, how should I know?
Well, you should have known. You should have moved him out for me.
I made a mistake. We all do.
Yeah, well, we can all correct them, too. And you better correct this one. It's a beaut, I tell you that.
No, look, Mr. Pell. I mean, Mr. Bell.
Just call me Peter.
That won't do any good. There's no way of keeping you straight that way.
Pete.
I'd better stick to Mr. Pell. Bell, I mean. Now I forgot what I was going to say.
Don't look at me. I can't help.
That's it. You can, yes. Oh, have a heart, Mr. Pete?
Pete, yes, Pete.
Yes, Pete. Look, this is my first assignment, and I don't want to foul up. It's kind of the story of my life, so I figured with a new start, maybe it doesn't have to be the story of my death, if you know what I mean.
What are you asking me?
Couldn't we just let things lay?
You mean I should just roll over and play dead just so you don't make another foul up?
Oh, I sure would appreciate that gesture.
Gesture? Now, look. I want to get back to my wife. Or better still, back to my home before she comes back and finds me dead in that chair. I don't want to put her through that.
I can appreciate your concern, but I don't know how to do it.
To do what?
Get you back there.
You can go blow. I'll get back myself.
Oh, you can't do that.
Oh, yes, why not?
Well, it isn't that easy. I mean, the books have just got to be, reconciled. I'm just afraid there's no way out.
Oh, that's going to be your attitude.
Well, it sort of has to be, I guess.
Let me see that invoice again.
Oh, all right. See, the name is wrong. I admit that. Between us, anyway.
Now, hold it a minute. I'm reading something.
Well, what?
The fine print. I happen to be a lawyer.
Yo, just my luck.
Here. You see?
What?
Oh, never mind. I'll read it to you. This invoice, void and non-collectible unless with addressee's signature. You never asked me to sign anything.
I didn't see that clause. I came without my glasses. I always was forgetting them, but my daughter was there to remind me.
Yes, I guess she wasn't this time, eh?
Well, of course not. She's alive and well and living in East Pocono.
Oh, bully for her.
Yes.
That goes for me. I want to be alive and well and living in East Smithfield. Now, how do we go about getting me back to that happy state, eh?
You're going to insist?
You're darn well right I'm going to insist.
Well, I don't know how to go about it. I'm sure it's very complicated. have to call my superiors.
Oh, great. Come on, let's get tracking.
They may be a bit put out with me.
That's your problem. Mine looms a little larger on my horizon. Come on, get on that phone.
I don't think I have any coins.
I'm willing to venture a dime.
Well, you'll get it back. It's a toll-free number. You know, they're really awfully busy, and I'm not sure anything can be done. I mean, it's unfortunate, but too late.
It better not be, or I'll sue for false arrest. Or soul mapping, or whatever you want to call this.
You'd have the nerve to sue?
Yes?
Is this the person to whom I'm speaking to?
To whom did you wish to speak?
You see, I'm new. This is pickup messenger 006534219, sector 1427.
Never mind all that. What's your name?
Elmer Potts. You might not know me. I'm new.
Nonsense. We watch every sparrow that falls. What's the problem, Elmer?
Well, you see, this is all kind of fresh to me. I mean, this is my first time, and
Get to the point, Elmer. What did you do? Pick up the wrong one?
Oh, how did you know?
As I told you, we watch every sparrow that falls.
Watch every sparrow that falls. Yeah, but you see, I picked up the wrong bird.
You've got to learn to keep your eye on the ball.
I know, but I didn't. What do I do now?
I'd suggest you go back and make an exchange.
But this one, I mean, the one I did pick up is threatening to sue for false arrest or something.
He's within his rights.
Oh.
If I were you, Elmer, I'd get on back to the one you should have brought and somehow convince him he's got to go.
Yeah, but just in case I run into trouble...
I'd say you already have. However, in the meantime, I'll take this right to the top and get a ruling. But I think you'll find out my suggestion's the only one that will work.
Okay, well, wait a minute. I haven't any transportation, and I'm out of money. What do I do about that?
I'm sure you'll find a way.
But how?
Your pickup. Hasn't he any dough?
Well, maybe, but
Then borrow it from him. Tell him you have the best of credit.
Well, what happened?
Well, we got to go back to Peter B. Pell and talk him into taking your place.
Oh, why shouldn't he? He was sick or dying, wasn't he? Or you wouldn't have been sent in the first place?
I guess you're right. Oh, dear. Oh, if he's waiting for me, I shouldn't keep him waiting.
All right, then let's go.
The only thing is... Would you have bus fare?
No.
Oh, well, I guess we'll have to walk.
Oh, forget it. We'll hijack a cab or something.
That's against the law.
Yes, I know. But we'll take a chance. I had to drag Elmer the equivocator out of the airport and outside. Traffic was getting heavy and lots of cars were unloading, and cabs dropping off and trying to hang around for pickups. I spotted one where the driver had made a sign to a cop friend and ducked inside to the John. In a moment, Elmer and me were in the front seat and taking off.
I never did anything like this in my life.
You think I did?
Then what are we doing it for now?
I guess you could say it's a matter of death and life.
What's that?
It's cops.
Are they going to stop us?
Not so long as I can keep ahead of them. It was a wild chase and a reckless one. But I really enjoyed it. I suppose it was kind of unfair. But what did I have to lose? There was nothing of me to get hurt if I did smash up. And, at least for the moment, how dead is dead. We got most of the way home before they started to overtake us. So at the last moment, I pulled over to the side and screamed to a stop. All right, come on, Elmer, out.
Oh, I don't know if my legs, but I'm scared to death.
Forget it. You're only deathly scared.
But what do we do now?
This is one we just walk away from. I'm sorry for those poor cops. They had us dead to rights. Only they didn't know we were so dead that they can't even see us.
How do we get the rest of the way?
We play ghost for real, Elmer. And walk. We left the befuddled cops carefully surrounding a completely empty taxicab, moving in carefully to find nothing but a $6.85 tab run up on the meter. I just hoped the next deal would be so easy to close with Mr. Peter B. Pell.
So, like I say, Mom, the way I figure it's any moment now. Huh? No, I was upstairs 45 minutes ago, and honest, I figured this was it. Well, you know how stubborn he is. He keeps on hanging in. Oh, no question. The doctor's everyone. He should have cashed in his chips a long time ago. Yeah, while I'm talking on the phone, who knows, maybe he crossed over. Oh, sure, we're going to be comfortably fixed for life, Mom. It's all I've been waiting for. Just as soon as he kicked... Wait a minute. Good Lord, Mom. It's him coming downstairs. I don't know what resurrected him. But, yeah, don't worry. I'll call you back. Pete? That you?
Yeah, Blanche.
What are you doing out of bed?
That's a good question. You know what?
What?
I'm out of bed because I feel like being out of bed.
But the doctor said...
The devil with the doctors and what they said. I was ready to cash it all in until about 45 minutes ago. And then something wonderful happened. Then the pain stopped. I want to tell you, Blanche, I never felt better in my life. And that's what I'm going to hang on to now from here on in. Nobody's ever going to take it away from me.
Which bodes no good for Peter P. Bell, the protagonist of our story who has found himself unfairly tapped for the grave. If his only chance of escaping an untimely death depends on his alter ego, it would seem that he has little chance of persuading him to change places. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
In America, abandoned cars litter the land. But the people in Lexington, Kentucky are removing 100 of them a month. We discard millions of used tires. But in New Jersey, they're turning old tires into playgrounds for children. Our streets and countryside have become dumping grounds for trash. But all across America, people are now recycling 8 million tons of it a year. We create staggering amounts of garbage. But in Virginia Beach, they turned a mountain of garbage into a recreational hillside. Pollution is destroying our beachfronts and waterways. But in Huntington, Long Island, they're planting seagrass which cleanses the water for wildlife and man. The cure for pollution is people working together. For a brochure on what you can do, write Keep America Beautiful Incorporated, 99 Park Avenue, New York, 10016. A public service message of this station, the Advertising Council, and Keep America Beautiful.
It's about time, Chicago. About 12 times a day to New Orleans, to Houston 9 times a day, and to St. Louis 12 times a day. I'm talking about the number of times a day Delta jets take off to these cities. You know, Delta has the most nonstops to New Orleans, 5 a day, including a 9 p.m. night coach. To Houston, Delta has 4 daily nonstops, with the only wide-ride TriStar going. And when it comes to St. Louis, let's see someone top Delta's 9 nonstops from O'Hare and 3 from Midway. What's more, you can save on Delta Super Saver fares with some restrictions. Night coach as low as $96 round trip to New Orleans, $103 round trip to Houston, $45 round trip to St. Louis. So Chicago, it's about time. About time you call Delta or your travel agent. Delta is ready when you are.
This is WBBM in Chicago.
It was Daniel Webster, the famous trial lawyer, who coined the phrase, fearful concatenation of circumstances. But whatever the circumstances that caused him to say that, they could scarcely hope to match the one that Peter P. Bell faces now. Fortunately, he can still hope, because he doesn't know what we know, that the man who should have died, Peter B. Pell, is now luxuriating in his new lease on life and has no intention of letting it go.
Peter, I'm going to call the doctor.
You bring any of your old quacks around here, I'll throw them out on their ear. Who were you talking to on the phone when I came down?
That was just...
Your mother.
Well, yes. Is there anything unnatural about that?
Yes. Your mother.
That is a terrible thing to say.
Well, what else is there to say about your mother?
I don't want to talk to you.
Good. That makes it unanimous. Anyone wants me, I'll be out on the patio.
In your pajamas and robe?
What should I care? With a new lease on life?
He came out of the screen door into the sunshine, and I had my first look at the man who should have died instead of me. He was a small man. His color was ghastly. He looked like a corpse. His body was wasted. He moved as though he was walking on eggs. His shoulders were rounded in permanent defeat. I felt a surge of hope. He didn't appear to have all that much reason for living. Hi, Peter.
Who are you?
Sort of your namesake. My name is Peter P. Bell.
Oh, so you're the guy.
What guy?
The one my mail gets crossed with.
Oh, yes. I guess I am. And I have to tell you that another very important message kind of got crossed, too.
Yeah? What's that?
Well, first of all, I'd like you to meet Elmer Potts.
How do you do?
Hi. Say, where did you two suddenly appear from, anyway? I thought the front gate was locked. I built a fence for my privacy, and two guys just turn up out of the blue, paying no attention to signs or anything. Whatever you're selling, I'm not in the market.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
What are you talking about?
Tell him, Elmer.
Yeah, this is really quite difficult.
Not if you lay it out the way you did with me.
But this isn't the same. I mean,
how is it any different since this is the man you really came for?
Look, I can't listen to a lot of double talk. I've been sick, and...
We know that, Mr. Pell.
You were a lot more than sick, Mr. Pell.
Well, whatever I was, I don't feel that way now.
Maybe you won't feel all that hot when I tell you the truth.
What truth?
My name is Elmer Potts.
So what?
Well, you see, I died kind of recently.
You what?
I passed over to the other side, and my job is to come and sort of escort the new, what shall I say, the new boy, get him settled in and kind of show him the ropes.
The trouble was, Mr. Pell, our friend here made a boo-boo and picked up the wrong guy.
Don't tell me the guys on the other side are that inefficient.
Well, you see what happened?
Well, just let's say for laughs that I go along with this charade or whatever it is. You're trying to tell me I was due to kick off, that Elmer here came to pick me up and got you by mistake?
That's just what happened.
I have all the papers if you'd like to see them.
What papers?
Well, this is the invoice here.
Let me see.
There it is.
To be delivered, one eternal soul, temporary property of Peter B. Pell, presently residing at 25 Sperling Drive, Lakeport Mansions. What kind of a gag is this?
Well, it's my credentials to pick you up for delivery, which I should have done about an hour ago.
So why didn't you?
Because he goofed. He picked me up instead.
Now, isn't that just too bad?
Well, it is when you consider this man was healthy and didn't feel at all like dying.
Well, who does?
An hour ago, you were ready to. I wouldn't have been sent for you otherwise.
An hour or two ago, I wanted to die. Now I've changed my mind. Who do you think you're kidding with this cockamamie story? I don't know what your game is, but you better get out of here before I call the police.
Well, that wouldn't do any good. This is beyond their jurisdiction. Mr. Pell, I ask you to be reasonable. Now, come with me. It's only fair. You should have been dead nearly an hour ago.
I'm not.
Peter Pell, I want you to come in off that patio right now.
That's my wife.
I want you back up in that bed the way you should be.
Why? I'm feeling pretty good.
Oh, no, you're not. You are sick.
You want to get rid of me?
You don't have to put it that way. It's just that I've made all my plans.
What plans?
About Mom and all.
You've told her she could come and live here?
You never would let her while you were alive.
Why should I? With a one-car garage, where would we park her broomstick?
You don't have to be coarse.
Coarse? About your mother? The only thing I could say in her favor is that she's better than her daughter. Not much, but better.
What do you mean, her daughter?
Well, how many has she got?
Me, and that's a rotten thing to say about me.
What else have you ever given me cause to say?
What chance have you ever given me to say something nice about you? Oh, why didn't you die?
Is that what you want?
You are not going to make me say it. You figure out whatever you want. Now, are you coming into the house?
No.
Why?
Because I don't feel like it.
Okay, that does it.
Where are you going?
To call the doctor. You never could see things straight. After a lifetime of driving me and my sweet mother and everybody else connected with you out of their minds, I finally realized the whole problem is that you've been out of yours ever since the beginning. Thank heaven I don't have to live with it anymore.
I'm not dead yet.
You might as well be. I'm going to have you locked up.
That's my wife. That's my life. Hey, where'd you fellas go?
Were you calling us?
Yeah, you guys. Look, I need some information.
But what?
I was supposed to die today, right?
Yes.
When was he supposed to die?
Who?
Him.
I think he means me.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Yeah, well, who does?
I guess my superiors do, or someone above them.
Can you contact them?
I could try. I mean, I do have an emergency telephone number.
Well, then come on in and call them and ask them these questions. Maybe we can work this out between us after all.
This is pickup messenger 006-534-219-X.
All right, Elmer. We know who you are. What do you want?
Remember I told you I made a mistake?
And picked up the wrong soul, yes. Have you got the right one now?
Yes, I have.
Good. I've checked upstairs, and it's okay. Just bring him in, and the books are balanced.
Yes. The thing is, he's not willing to come along till he has the answer to some questions.
What questions?
Like, how much longer would he have to live if he didn't give up?
How much longer would who? If you mean Peter Bell, the man you picked up by mistake, a good long time. How long is priority information?
Well, could you give me just a hint?
Well, it's highly irregular, but let me see. Well, he'll be able to usher in the 21st century and then some, if you make the exchange.
Well, and if I don't, then the other guy will?
That's the way the ball bounces.
The guy's wife, her name is Blanche. Could you give me any rundown on her?
They could have my badge for this. But for the sake of keeping the book straight, let's see. Well, she's going to be around just about as long. But of course, she won't be headed for us when she checks out.
Oh, she's going to the other place?
Oh, definitely.
And her mother?
We try not to separate family members as long as they deserve each other.
25 years? I'm going to be stuck still with Blanche if I hang around?
It looks that way.
And her mother?
She's moving in. It's all set.
What's the point in living? You say if I head now for the happy hunting grounds, they won't follow?
I think reservations have been made for them elsewhere.
Okay, Peter Bell. What would you do in my position?
Well, I have to tell the truth. I'd want to stick around. But then Marge and me, well, you see, we've never been separated, and we never want to be.
Straight goods?
Straight goods?
25 more years with Blanche and her harpy mother. Who's kidding who? Okay, Elmer. You're not making any boo-boos this time. Come on. Take me home.
There should have been a flash of light in the heavens or something, but it was all anticlimax. The three of us walked to the bus stop, which was on my way home. And the last I saw of Elmer was as he climbed aboard and called to me.
Well, I'll see you in a quarter century or so. That is, if I'm still on the same job.
Don't push it, Elmer. I'm not in any rush. I walked on home and onto my screen porch. It was just as I'd left it a little over an hour ago, except what was left of the beer was flat. I poured it out down the kitchen drain and took a fresh one out. I just returned to my seat when I heard the car pull up, and Marge's cheery...
Hello, darling.
Marge.
Oh, was I terribly long?
Centuries.
You missed me that much?
You will never know.
Hey.
Oh, this is love. Pure love. And Thanksgiving.
Well, whatever it is, it's good. Are you that glad to see me?
Always. And forever.
What have you been doing since I was gone? What have you been up to?
Thinking long thoughts about how lucky I am and how much I intend to appreciate it.
You all right, Peter?
Oh, Marge, darling, I can tell you unequivocally, for the life of me, I never felt better.
We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep, said Mr. Shakespeare. Is that the epilogue for this story? Was Peter P. Bell asleep and dreaming a strange dream? Or did an emissary of the Grim Reaper truly come for him? And was he fortuitously returned from the shadow of the dead? I leave it up to you to pick which explanation satisfies you most. I'll be back shortly.
Hey, Dad, here's a letter from Maria.
Maria?
My friend down in Brazil.
Oh.
She says her little brother was very sick, but at the clinic, the people from Project Hope helped his doctor to make him well.
That's great.
What's Project Hope?
Project Hope? Well, that's a group of doctors and nurses who share their medical skills with others in developing areas of the world. Let me show you something. You see this pebble?
Uh-huh.
Well, we drop it into the pond, and what happens?
It makes ripples, and they're spreading out bigger and bigger.
Okay. The Project Hope teams teach others who teach others and so on, so those medical skills spread out and multiply just like those ripples.
Well, I can tell Maria is happy. She says, "Obrigado, Project Hope."
Obrigado?
That's how Brazilians say thank you, Project Hope.
A generation of hope, helping save lives and make them better in 25 countries, including ours. Give to Project Hope, Room A, Washington, D.C. 20007. Help make waves.
Death, of course, is not a matter to be taken lightly. It is one of the two great events in the cycle of life. It comes in many forms, to each man individually, and is seldom welcome. Still, since it is inevitable, the great mystery of death ought not to smother us, to cast the dread shadow of fear across all our lives. Surely, like anything in the world, we should learn to laugh at it a little. For whatever we can laugh at, we need not fear. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Jack Grimes, Terry Keane, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Life after death holds an unending fascination for everyone. Most of our interest, however, centers on life in either heaven or hell, and the possibility of ghosts and ghostly visitations. But in the summer of 1908, in the tiny hamlet of Visalia, Ohio, there was turmoil because of the imminent arrival of a man who claimed he had the power to bring the dead to life.
Lucas, you're the mayor of this town. Now, if there's any chance of me getting my daughter Phyllis back, then it's up to you.
Yeah, don't get yourself all worked up, Mary.
Yes, Mary, your daughter's dead. It's a sin even to think of bringing her back to life. I say this charlatan should be ridden out of town on a rail.
And now just back off, both of you. Nobody's being ridden out of Visalia while I'm mayor. And as for this professor raising the dead, well, we've got 5 days before he even comes to town to sit and think about it.
Our mystery drama, The Dead Come Alive, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Marion Seldes and Ralph Bell. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you travel from business or fun, turn to us when your day is done. This Western's your place to stay, so give us a call. Turn it today. Come on and turn in America. Turn it out. That's Western. Turn in America. Turn it out. That's Western. Turn in America.
I'm your husband, and I'm telling you right here and now.
I'm getting a divorce, and I want you out of here now.
Tammy Wynette, her pain, her pride, her men, her music, her story. Stand by Your Man, a CBS TV Tuesday night movie at 9, 8 Central a month.
Stand by your man.
Looking for ways to perk up springtime meals? Try Kraft Soft Parquet Margarine from Jewel. It makes a delicious difference in all kinds of foods. Add the fresh flavor of soft parquet to morning toast and enjoy the richness of butter with the easy spreadability of soft parquet. Or mix soft parquet into pancake batter for the lightest, tastiest flapjacks that ever hit your griddle. But don't limit that super taste to breakfast. Spread it around a little. Grilled sandwiches are ready in a jiffy when you spread the bread with soft parquet, and you'll love the buttery, crispy taste of your grilled cheese or Reuben. Buy soft parquet margarine at Jewel through April 5th. The convenient 2-tub package is just 79 cents. Keep soft parquet handy in the fridge, a tub for the table and one for cooking. And whenever you want to butter up your favorite recipes, use Kraft Soft Parquet from Jewel, because
You'll come back for the price.
The Holy Bible gives us only one instance of the dead being brought to life. That miracle is accomplished by Jesus when he calls upon Lazarus to come forth, and Lazarus does. It's one thing when Jesus did it, but quite another when a mere mortal, a man of no particular distinction, claims that he can duplicate this miracle. Not only claims it, but says that he will prove it. That was the situation in the little town of Visalia, Ohio in 1908, as the townspeople awaited his arrival with high but mixed emotions.
What is so funny, Ralph?
Oh, Sheriff. Those darn fools standing in the road gawking.
waiting for that professor to come into town. Maybe they expect him to fly in or swoop down out of the clouds. They make me laugh.
You won't be doing much laughing when Professor Marvelli brings your Rachel back to life and you find yourself with 2 wives. Have you talked to Edith about that?
No, and I don't intend to. Because this is just a clever way of doing business. This here notice he put up in the post office about raising the dead is just a come-on. He probably runs a traveling circus or a carnival.
And if he doesn't?
Then I figure the sheriff here and the mayor have themselves some kind of problem. Because the man must be either crazy or a demon.
It's him, there, Luke. It's him. Professor Marvelli. He's in one of those newfangled horseless carriages.
Calm down, Mary, please.
Mayor, I want you to promise that you'll listen to what he has to say. Oh, Lucas, do you think he can really do it? Bring the dead back to life? Do you think I'll see my Phyllis again?
It's kind of hard to believe, Mary.
But this notice here. Listen to what he says. Exactly at midnight on the 19th of July. Professor Leon Marvelli will be in the Atwood Cemetery at the town of Visalia. He will bring the dead to life. Any who wish to see their loved ones again as they were in the flesh will please attend. Signed, Professor.
I know, Mary, I know. I saw the notice in the post office. But those are just words. Anyone can print up a notice like that.
And anyone who did and then failed to deliver would be a sorry human being indeed, sir. I believe I am addressing Mayor Lucas Kane.
Yes, and you must be Professor Marvelli.
Lucas.
And this is Mrs. Mary Thatcher.
I want to ask you, Professor.
Mary, the professor and I have a lot to talk about. I'd appreciate some privacy.
Oh, Lucas.
Please, Mary, excuse us. Now, Professor, if you'll be so good as to step into my office here. Professor, I wonder if you realize that you caused more excitement in Visalia than anything since the fair in St. Louis a few years ago.
I resent that, Mr. Kane.
Oh? Why? How can what I've said...
Because, Mr. Mayor, you are lumping me in your mind with a carnival. A circus atmosphere. I assure you, this is a serious matter. Most serious.
I'm keenly aware of that.
Then you are probably not personally involved.
My wife of 28 years died 2 years ago, Professor. She lies at Atwood Cemetery today.
You are a most unusual man, Mr. Mayor, to remain so calm when in a few days you can face the prospect of being reunited with your beloved.
Yes, well, perhaps I do owe you an apology for my remark about the St. Louis exposition. You see, Professor, I would be both excited and apprehensive if I believed you.
Well, I understand your skepticism. Perhaps these may change your mind. As you can see, the majority of these letters are from various small towns in Europe. But that's because I've only been in America a short time. Now, here is one from a little New England village, Dunslip. As you can also see, it's signed by the mayor.
All right, just hold on. Just give me a chance here to read these, and we'll continue our conversation. Very impressive, Professor. Very impressive. I really don't know what to say.
Well, what is there to say? You have read the letters. You accept them as genuine.
They appear to be exactly as you represent them, yes.
Meaning you intend to check them out?
Well, as the mayor of this hamlet, I feel it's my duty to protect the citizens from what could be a very cruel hoax.
Yes, well, that is why my first visit was to you, to reassure you. Have I succeeded?
Well, let me answer that by saying that before you showed those letters, I was convinced that you were a charlatan. Now I'm not so certain.
Well, that is the first step on the road to belief.
Why are you doing this, Professor? And why did you pick Visalia?
Yes, well, you see, I studied for many years the ancient religions, even witchcraft, which, sir, I abhor. And in my studies, I employed the latest sciences, chemistry, electricity. And, sir, I made a discovery. I can bring the dead to life. And by so doing, I can bring happiness to many who are bereaved. And be paid for doing this.
I see. So it's a business with you.
It's a unique service. A service which deserves to be paid.
And why Veselya?
Well, obviously, most people will be skeptical, or even worse, openly antagonistic. Therefore, I must select a village small enough for me to display my ability as, say, a sort of a sample that will convince everyone.
Oh, then your demonstration won't raise the whole population at Atwood Cemetery.
Oh, hardly. Although it would be possible. There will be certain people I'll select. Now, for example, you mentioned you were a widower? Yes? Now, if you will give me your wife's name...
I'm still trying to make up my mind about you, Professor, so let's leave my wife out of this.
Yes, as you choose, sir.
What about the appearance? Surely some of those...
corpses?
May have been dead for some time.
Well, as my printed announcement stated, Mr. Mayor, the appearance will be exactly as it was in their lifetime, or on the day they... passed over.
Yes, but some people died after a long and wasting illness. Others may have died violent deaths. Perhaps they were even disfigured. So
when a person is restored to life, that person cannot, by the very nature of the act, have any marks of death upon them.
Who is it? Yes, who is it?
This is Thatcher. Mary Thatcher. Remember, we met at the mayor's office.
Ah, yes. Come in, Mrs. Thatcher. Well, how did you get my room number?
Oh, you mustn't be angry with Jonesy. We've known each other a long time, and I begged him, and he told me, oh, please say you forgive him.
Of course. Now, how may I help you, Mrs. Thatcher?
Well, how did you make out with the mayor? Is he going to try and stop you?
My dear Mrs. Thatcher, surely you didn't go to all the trouble of finding out my hotel room to come and ask a question which you could just as easily have asked the mayor.
No, this is important. You see, 3 years ago, my daughter, Phyllis, was murdered. And they've never caught the person who did it. And I miss Phyllis, and I was wondering what can happen. I mean, will Phyllis remember? And will she know the person who tried to kill her?
I see your problem, Mrs. Thatcher.
Well, what happened?
I suggest you come Saturday night and find out.
Lucas! Hey, Lucas! Hold up a minute. You sure set a good pace, Lucas. I guess I'm not as young as I used to be.
Who is? What's up, Carrie?
It's interesting, you deciding to visit the cemetery. Come here often?
When I feel like it.
Uh-huh. And I imagine you're feeling like it now. Particularly since we're only 2 days away from Saturday.
What do you want, Carrie?
I've just come from a meeting with some concerned citizens.
No names,
Well, let's just say they're important people. The kind of people who swing elections.
I'm asking you again, Carrie. What do you want?
We want to know what you're going to do about this Marvelli and his demonstration.
I haven't made up my mind.
You know this shouldn't be allowed.
Not everyone agrees with you.
But this Marvelli's a fake. He's going to be.
Yeah, that's what I figured. But he's got some mighty powerful credentials. Letters of recommendation from very important people.
They could have been Ford.
Yeah, that occurred to me. So I sent off a telegram to the mayor of Dunslip, a little New England town where Marvelli had given a demonstration. Do you care to read the answer I got today?
No, I'll believe what you tell me.
The mayor wired me that Marvelli's no fake. He can do what he says he'll do, bring the dead to life.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Professor. I was just closing up shop for the day.
Yes, I have something I think you should see.
Do I have to open up my office again, or...
No, I can show it to you if you'll walk me back to the hotel.
Oh, good deal. I ate quite a few meals there since Willa died. I'm not much of a cook, I guess.
Well, that could all be straightened out this Saturday night. You could be eating home again.
Well, I'd be lying if I didn't admit that I've thought about that. But, it's kind of... sort of gives me a weird feeling.
Yes, well, it takes getting used to, and that's a fact. And I know some people never get used to it. Like the committee.
The what?
The people who had this note slipped under the door of my hotel room a little while ago. I'd like you to read it.
Forget Saturday night and forget your demonstration. You'd better start thinking about how to bring yourself back to life. You've been warned. Signed, the committee. Well, Professor, I thought I knew the people of this town pretty well. But you haven't been here 24 hours, and you've turned them into something kind of ugly.
Not me, Mr. Mayor. It was always there. Must have been. Now, any ideas on the makeup of this committee?
None that I care to make public until I do some checking. And let me assure you, Professor, I'm going to do a lot of checking. And so is the sheriff. I won't have this kind of ugliness in Visalia.
Here we are at the hotel. I would eat with you, but I'm afraid that might prejudice some of the townspeople against you.
Down, Professor, down.
Now, we all know that no one can bring the dead back to life. It's simply impossible. But what about testimonials from reputable people swearing that this was true? Would that change your mind? I confess I'm beginning to have doubts, which will be resolved when we return shortly with Act 2.
The Bell System presents Hank Williams Jr. From Gary, Indiana, trucking down to Newport News. Got another load of steel for the shipyard men to use. He's a bulldog diesel driver. He's 1,000 miles from home. Talking at a truck stop with his family on the phone. Reach out and touch someone. Wherever he goes, people at home know how much he really cares.
Take it from someone who knows the road seems a whole lot shorter when you pick up the phone and call home.
Riding blacktop rivers from the Great Lakes to the sea. Reaching out to those he loves to keep him company. Reach out and touch someone. Reach out, call up and just say hi.
6 p.m. You arrive at the party. 6:05 p.m. A neighbor asks you what you think about the local tax increase. 6:06 p.m. Embarrassed at your ignorance, you find a new conversation partner. 6:10 p.m. The person to whom you are talking asks about local movies and activities. 6:11 p.m. Embarrassed again by your ignorance, you leave the party. Get with it. Know what's happening to and for you in your local community, from politics to plays to people. Read your Lerner Community newspaper for calendars of events, local news, from crime to creativity, fashion tips, food information, money-saving ads, lifestyle features, special sections, and much more. It's about and for you. From Lerner, Booster, Skyline, Myers, Life, Time, Voice, Market Journal, the community newspapers that get you where you live.
Victor Herbert love song goes, "Ah, sweet mystery of life, at last I found you." But today's mystery involves a man who claims to have found the mystery of death. Not only found it, but solved it. And he goes around bringing the dead back to life, which gives rise to some problems.
Darn it, Lucas. I'm the sheriff. Now, this has been a fairly peaceable town until now. Now, we can't have people going around taking shots at other people.
That's why I told you about it, Sheriff.
Could hardly have kept it a secret. About 20 people heard the shot, and at least a dozen saw you and this Marvelli fella hit the dirt.
If I wanted to keep secrets, I wouldn't have shown you the note.
Okay. Now, you and I got a pretty good notion of at least one of the members of this committee. You want me to face him with it?
You mean Kerry Wyndham?
Well, he's the one that's been making most of the noise.
Yeah, but he surely ain't going to admit having anything to do with this note threatening to kill Marvelli.
Hey, Lucas, now you're going to have to make a stand, and soon. Did you hear me, Lucas?
I'm sorry, daydreaming again.
Yeah, I know. I could see it in your eyes. You really think there's something to this, huh?
Well, if I do, I'm not the only one.
You can't count poor Mary Thatcher. She's been a little off the rails ever since Phyllis was killed.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of Mary. I was thinking of someone who was so scared that the professor might be able to bring the dead back to life that he or she was trying to kill him to stop him.
Thunderation. Now, why didn't I think of that, huh? Of course. As far as I know, Phyllis Thatcher is the only person buried in Atwood Cemetery was murdered. Now, there may be others, but she's enough. Now, if this professor brings her back to life, she's sure shooting will be able to name her killer.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes, and that's all the more reason for you to say that you're going to see to it that the demonstration is held. I'll put a deputy to guard the professor.
And tip off the murder? Oh, no, sir. Pete, you just hold everything for a while.
All right. Quiet down now, everyone. Let's listen to Carrie.
Thank you, Ralph. Without all this gabbing and fussing, I take it that the sense of this meeting is to let Mayor Lucas know that the people of Visalia ain't going to put up with any unholy goings-on in Atwood Cemetery or anywhere else. And that we, the people, want him as the mayor to tell that to this Marvelli.
All right, that's right. I, for one, vote that you be the man to tell him.
It's me, Professor. Mary Thatcher again. Please open the door. It's very important.
Please, Mrs. Thatcher.
I want you to come with me to the cemetery right away.
You're terribly upset. Please, come in. Sit down.
They're going to stop you, you know. They're going to stop you, and that's why I want you to come with me right now.
Who is going to stop me?
The mayor. I've just come from a meeting. And most of the important people in town were there, and they're sending Kerry Wyndham to the mayor to get him to stop you. And that's why you must come with me to the cemetery right now, so you can bring Phyllis back.
Not until Saturday night, Mrs. Thatcher.
But the mayor won't let you.
I have reason to believe that the mayor not only would try to stop me, but actually will help me.
I just told you
The mayor was very much in love with his wife. Don't you agree, Mrs. Thatcher?
Well, they had a perfect marriage. Everyone knows that, but... Oh, you mean Mayor Lucas thinks you really can? But when I was in his office the other day, I got the impression he really didn't believe you could.
Well, he doesn't want to get his hopes up, Mrs. Thatcher. Mark my words. We'll have the demonstration Saturday night, and the mayor will be there.
I did
didn't come to your office to play games, Lucas.
Yeah, hold on a minute, Carey.
You've got to ban the demonstration and run this Marvelli fella out of town.
Out of the question. What grounds do I have for asking him to leave town?
Witchcraft, Lucas. That's what he's practicing.
Oh, come now, Carey. This is the 20th century. I'm not going to restage the Salem witchcraft trials here in Visalia.
Now, who's talking about trials?
Oh, what are we talking about? Lynching? Tarring and feathering? What have the people of this town turned into?
God-fearing, public-spirited citizens.
All who just happen to have relatives buried at Atwood Cemetery.
That's exactly right. Now, Lucas, you trying to make it out that there's something wrong with people who don't want their dead disturbed?
And what about you, Carey? You don't have anyone at Atwood unless you count Phyllis Thatcher. I believe she used to work for you before she was killed.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Just what I said. Nothing more, nothing less.
What you're insinuating is so vile that you ought to be made to pay for it. Believe me, Lucas Kane, this is something I ain't forgetting. I'll make you eat your words, all right?
I don't know what you're talking about, Carey. All I said
I
was...
heard you, Lucas, and by heaven you can thank the Lord I haven't got a horsewhip, because I...
What's going on here? You and Carey sound like you're thinking of starting your own private war.
Sheriff, you better talk some sense into Lucas. He's heading for a peck of trouble.
Yeah, well, old Lucas was always stubborn, Carey. You ought to know that.
Now, this is a serious matter, Sheriff, and you can be in trouble, too, unless you can persuade Lucas to stop this godless demonstration in Atwood. Your job is to run Marvelli out of town.
Be with you in a minute.
No hurry, Ralph. I'm not a customer.
Okay. Back so soon. Let me lock up and you'll tell me how it went with Mayor Lucas. Yeah, down near closing time anyway.
We got trouble, Ralph.
Lucas still backing and filling, is he?
Oh, yeah. And I don't think we're going to get much help from the sheriff either.
Yeah, I figured that.
You did? Then why did you send me over there?
Because you'll sound more convincing for what I got in mind.
Well, we don't have much time. Today's Thursday. Saturday's coming up on us fast. What's the idea?
Money.
No wonder you're the richest man in Visalia. You think money can fix everything.
Name me one thing it can't.
Death.
Funny you should say that. Because I'm betting that money's gonna keep the dead dead.
The professor doesn't need money.
Everybody needs money.
You're going to try to bribe the professor?
You use the wrong words. We're going to make a business deal with the professor.
You have any idea on how much he wants?
I know what we're going to offer him.
We?
We're all in it together. We're all going to chip in.
How much?
How much is it worth to you, Carey?
How much are you putting in?
Look, I'll show you the figure we're going to offer him, and then we'll decide on how we're going to prorate it.
You seem to have it all worked out.
Oh, I figured it would end up like this, and I've been thinking about it. Now, here's the amount.
Ooh. That's quite a sum. Where are we going to get that kind of money?
Well, here's another sheet of paper. A list of names and the amounts that you and I expect them to contribute. All adds up.
And suppose these people don't want to ante?
That's why I want you to go along with me to help persuade them.
Come in, gentlemen. Make yourselves comfortable. Well, I am sorry I cannot offer you any refreshment.
We are not interested in the refreshments.
You already know, Mr. Wyndham. My name is Ralph Jameson. I own a hardware store down the street.
Yes. I would like to know the purpose of your visit.
Business, Professor, business. We're here solely on a matter of business.
Professor, there are a lot of people who don't want you to put on that demonstration tomorrow.
Yes, I'm well aware of that, Mr. Wyndham.
Are you also aware that these people are willing to pay you a nice round sum for you to cancel?
Oh, dear me, that does present a problem.
Uh-huh. But not, I hope, an insoluble one.
Well, Mr. Jameson, in my profession, I would be the last person in the world to say anything was insoluble, particularly if there is cooperation.
What's the problem?
Well, a number of people are desperately anxious to witness the demonstration.
But not so anxious that they've offered to pay for it.
Oh, no, not yet. But past experience has proven that people who are anxious quite often...
$3,000, Professor.
Well, I know you don't intend it as such, but that is an insult.
Let's quit horsing around. How much you want?
I haven't even mentioned what this cancellation will do to my reputation.
How much?
10,000.
I said we were businessmen, not a charitable institution. We just might be able to go to 4.
7,500.
You're pricing yourself out of the market. We might just be forced to let the demonstration go on. Now, Professor, I want you to look me straight in the eye, and you'll know bargaining time is over. Our final offer, 5,000.
Cash. No check.
Cash.
Yes, well, we have a deal. But there is one other matter.
I told you the bargaining was finished.
This does not concern money.
Well?
Yes. Well, you understand, this is my life work. Now, I am willing to call off the demonstration to accommodate you, sir. But I must have a letter from the mayor saying that my demonstration was indeed held and was successful.
The mayor wasn't part of this negotiation.
Nevertheless, I must have the letter. Believe me, sir, this issue is not negotiable. Without the letter, there is no deal.
Understood. We'll be back this evening with the money and the letter.
Lucas will never agree to write such a letter, and you know it, Ralph.
You may be right, Carrie.
Then how could you commit yourself to deliver the money and the letter tonight?
Do you want that demonstration called off?
You know I do.
Then we darn well better put our heads together and find a way to persuade Lucas to write the letter. Or find another alternative.
I heard the professor, and I just don't think there is any. Short of murder.
At most, anything that's ever been said has been said best by Shakespeare. And speaking of murder, the famous bard said, "For murder, though it hath no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ." It would certainly be a miracle if a girl would rise from the dead to point an accusing finger at her murderer. We'll find out in Act 3.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber. No chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. The way to overcome constipation is the natural way. But if not nature, Metamucil. Read label and follow directions.
Right. Californians get into natural things. Natural dirt and mud stains.
Spray and wash gets out what America gets into.
In Texas, we get in a big thing.
Yeah!
Big barbecue stain.
Spray and wash gets out what America gets into.
Mississippi mud.
New England chowder.
Kentucky bluegrass.
Spray and wash gets out what America gets into.
Spray and wash even showed Missouri.
About this time every year since 1929, Magicist Carpet and Rug Cleaners has played an important part in your spring cleaning. People all over Chicagoland call Magicist to clean their carpets, rugs, furniture, and draperies. They know they can depend on the Magicist professionals to do the job right. When it comes to spring cleaning, your home isn't really clean unless your carpet, rugs, furniture, and draperies are clean too. Help get rid of annoying winter soil and odors in your carpet and rugs now. Call the Magicist professionals.
Their friendly operators will be happy to give you a free estimate over the phone on all your cleaning needs. And ask about their spring cleaning specials. Remember, for quality spring cleaning, call Magicist Carpet and Rug Cleaners, north at 378-8600 or south 468-4800. Bank cards are welcome. Every Wednesday in April is half day off at Magicist. Save 50% on your rug cleaning with cash and carry. Call Magicist for details.
This is WBBM Chicago.
Midnight in a cemetery. The classical setting for hauntings and dark deeds done when the moon hides behind a cloud. But the little town of Visalia was looking forward to a tumultuous, rousing demonstration put on by a man who claimed to be able to raise the dead.
Oh, stupid machine. Do what you're supposed to, you stubborn ignorant.
That's why I stick to my horse, Professor.
Yes, well, I do not sit well on a horse, Mr. Mayor. So I use this modern miracle.
Yeah, if tonight's demonstration is a success, there are going to be a lot of folks who will figure you can just get up on your broomstick and fly away.
Tonight's demonstration?
Yep, you laid down a challenge to me and the sheriff, and we accepted it. We'll be there.
There is something very wrong here. Mr. Mayor, I want you to look at this.
What's this? I never wrote this letter.
Yes, but it is on official stationery, and it is signed by you.
A forgery. Who gave it to you?
Oh, dear me. Well, it would have been so much simpler for all of us had my machine started.
You figured you'd have been home free after you skedaddled.
Well, I was leaving, true, but in a perfectly honorable fashion. I thought you all knew about it.
Well, now you know I don't. So you just tell me who gave you the letter.
Oh, dear me, I fear that would lead only to complications.
I hope so.
If I give you the name, would you then allow me to leave immediately?
What's your hurry?
Well, I wish only to avoid the complications that you look forward to.
You're in no position to bargain. You show me a forgery and say that you got it from somebody you refuse to name. It just could be that you wrote that letter yourself, since it sure as shooting gives you a good reference.
Yes, I see your point.
Then let's have the name.
Carrie Wyndham.
Before anybody says anything, I just want to let you know, Lucas, that I have work to do in the church, and I don't appreciate the sheriff dragging me over to your office in the middle of the afternoon.
I think you know Professor Marvelli.
Yeah, sure. Now, what's this all about?
Have you ever seen this letter before?
No.
Don't you think you ought to take a look at it before speaking up, Carrie?
What? Oh, sure. Let me see it. Like I said, I never saw it.
Well, now, the professor says that you gave it to him.
You ought to know better than to believe anything he says.
If you don't believe me, perhaps you'd believe Mr. Ralph Jameson. I suggest you check with him.
Good afternoon, Sheriff. Professor, what brings you down to my shop today?
Well, somebody forged Lucas' name in a letter. A letter sort of giving the professor a pat on the back. Now, he claims Carrie Wyndham gave it to him. Now, Carrie denies it, and the professor said to check with you, so, well, I'm checking.
I'm glad. It's time for both of us to face up to what's been happening and what might happen.
I'm asking about the letter.
I made a business deal with the professor. He agreed to cancel the demonstration.
For the letter?
For $5,000.
Enough of this evasion. I am used to being met with mistrust and skepticism, but not with deceit, cowardice, and lies.
Now, you just hold on a second. You admit we made a deal and I forked over $5,000?
Which I will now proceed to return to you.
Oh, not so fast. You can't just decide to...
With the treatment I have received here, I can do anything I want. Mr. Jameson, here is your money. The demonstration will proceed as
scheduled. We made a deal. You can't back out now just by giving back the money.
You didn't keep your bargain. The letter was a fake.
Oh, I'll get you a good one. I'll go to Mayor Lucas myself. Now, the time has come for straight talk between me and the mayor.
Well, how about straight thinking, Ralph? You call yourself a businessman, and you let this here con artist pick your pocket on nothing but empty promises. Now, Lucas knows he can't deliver.
That's not the question. Lucas has been so wrapped up in thinking about him and Willa that he never even bothered about anyone else. If by any chance the professor can deliver, what happens to me and Edie when Rachel comes back and finds us married, Or all the others who've made lives for themselves? What happens to them, Sheriff?
Oh, nothing. He's just a faker. Your words echo your ignorance. Never once did you ask about the difficulty of working this miracle, or the danger of dealing with those forces I unloose. But tonight, Sheriff, you and Mayor Lucas come and see for yourself. Yes, if you have the courage. Well, what do you really think, Lucas? You think that the professor has any chance of raising the dead?
Somebody does. Somebody who's a murderer and whose whole attention is focused on not being caught, or even chance it. He's willing to kill again. Took a shot at the professor.
Or forge a letter.
Yeah, maybe. That's why we're going to Carrie's house. Gotta get to the bottom of that letter.
Whoa. There you go. I'll tie him up. You tell Martha we're coming.
Lucas Kane. The sheriff. Don't tell me you're coming to see me.
No, Martha. We wanted to talk to Carrie.
Oh, that's a shame. He came home a while ago feeling so poorly, I sent him right to bed.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Martha, but it's real important that we talk with him. Tell him that we're here and we'll be waiting in the parlor.
I hope we can make this short, Lucas. Martha told you I was under the weather.
That's up to you. All you have to do is tell us the truth about that letter.
I never should have gone along with Ralph. I knew he was too sharp for me.
Are you saying that Ralph wrote that letter?
He talked me into writing it.
You mean he paid you?
No, not a penny. Was easy. He knew I wanted that evil demonstration stopped.
Badly enough to forge my name on a letter?
Carrie done what he thought was right. You ought to leave him alone.
Martha, you know something about this letter?
Well, just what I hear now. And, of course, what I heard at the meeting we had about raising the dead. No God-fearing person can hold with that.
Carrie, you must know forgery is a serious crime.
What the professor was fixing to do was a bigger crime.
And that's your entire stake in this?
Oh, don't sound so surprised. I'm not the only one. There's Ralph and all the other good folks who put up the money.
Oh, well, money is one thing. What you did is something else.
Besides, I can understand the way Ralph felt. He was thinking about his situation with Edie if his first wife were to come back.
Exactly. And most of the others have folks lying at Etwood Cemetery whose return might cause some problems. But you and Martha haven't got anyone at Etwood.
By the way you're keeping after poor Carrie, you'd think he'd done something terrible instead of trying to put a stop to godlessness.
Martha, that's just what sticks in my craw. You and Carrie sure know what's right and what's wrong. Yet Carrie went ahead and committed what he must have known was a crime. And for what?
I told you.
You told me, but you haven't sold me.
When I found out what you'd done, I wanted to put you in jail.
I don't blame you.
Well, I do. Maybe Carrie did break the law, but you two are making a great big thing out of this, like there was some importance.
Martha, there's a murdered girl lying in that cemetery, and her mother's frantic to have her brought back to life. But how do you think the murderer feels about it?
What are you saying?
That whoever killed Phyllis Thatcher would have a big stake in stopping this demonstration.
I can see that, Martha, but...
As I remember it, Phyllis used to work for you 3 days a week, Carrie. And I was wondering if you'd try to recollect if there were any friends that she had in particular. Maybe some young fellas who used to hang around. You know the sort of thing I mean.
Oh, sure, but I hardly saw her.
She wasn't a very good worker, you know.
No?
Martha, you oughtn't to speak.
Then why did you keep her on, Martha?
Why don't you just take me to jail, Sheriff, and leave Martha alone?
Better ask Carrie why I kept her on.
Now, Martha, it's all over and done with.
What's over and done with, Carrie?
Oh, you know women. Martha somehow got it in her head that I was taking a shine to Phyllis.
Oh, taking a shine to Phyllis? Oh, my God. He was out of his mind about her, mooning over her like a lovesick calf, and she encouraging him, and the both of them laughing at their secret little jokes when they thought I didn't hear.
Now, Martha, calm down. You'll be getting one of your spells again.
Well, that's what that little slut cast over you, all right. And you worrying about whether she was doing too much. Well, I was working my fingers to the bone. And the two of them always carrying on. Whenever she had to go down to the cellar, Carrie would be running down those stairs like he was a boy of 16.
Martha, I'm telling you to keep quiet. Now, keep quiet.
It's just got to be too much for any decent woman to stand. And so I followed her one day, and I took
Martha!
Carrie's hat laughing and that giggling, that talking, and I killed her.
Please, Martha. Mrs. Wyndham.
Oh, don't worry, Lucas. I'm not hysterical. I just think it's so funny. I made myself a sinner. I killed that girl because I thought my husband didn't love me. And now look what he did just to stop my sin from finding me out. That's enough to make anyone laugh.
Come in.
Well, good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Morning, Professor. What brings you here?
I thought, seeing as how I was instrumental in helping you solve an old murder and catch a killer, that you'd change your mind and write me a letter of reference after all.
Oh, Professor, I admire your gall.
Oh, not at all, not at all. If you stop to consider, you must admit that without Marvelli and the notice of the demonstration...
Which never came off.
Only because some of your fellow townspeople wanted to pay me enough so that I needn't.
Admiring your goal is one thing, but writing a letter to help you continue with this swindle is quite another. The only letter that I'll write for you is one stating that you helped a murder investigation. And if you don't want that, take yourself and your schemes and your newfangled motor car and get out of town.
It's difficult to believe in someone having the power to raise the dead. But how about fate? Here was a murder, undetected for a number of years, and finally uncovered only because a swindler chose Visalia as the target for his scheme. For scheme it was. Records show that in the 19th century, there was a real-life con man who preyed upon the superstitious and the gullible by undertaking to raise the dead, and then accepting money not to do so. I'll be back shortly.
Was the kidnapped Lindbergh baby really murdered? Connecticut businessman Harold Olson believes he is Charles Lindbergh Jr. This shocking possibility is explored in the new paperback In Search of the Lindbergh Baby, written by former United Press reporter Theon Wright. Was Bruno Hoffman electrocuted for a murder that no one committed? Is Harold Olson the missing link? Read the startling evidence In Search of the Lindbergh Baby from Tower Books, wherever paperbacks are sold.
Hi, I'm Susan Anton. Fitness that feels good by day needs firmness that feels good by night. That's why you'll love the CertaPerfect Sleeper. Luxurious top comfort plus deep inner support. You get both with every perfect sleeper. So remember, be a perfect sleeper. Buy a perfect sleeper, perfect sleeper. It's a healthy investment in yourself.
Looking for work? If you are 18 years of age or older, a resident of South Suburban Cook County, unemployed or underemployed, and economically disadvantaged, the South Suburban Cook County Job Bound Center can help you. The Job Bound Center helps people and jobs get together, and there is no charge. The Job Bound Center is located on the campus of Prairie State College in Chicago Heights. For more information, call 754-3000. That number again is 754-3000. A message from South Suburban Cook County Job Bound Center and WBBM News Radio 78.
Hello, this is Mary Tyler Moore for the American Diabetes Association. Each day presents us with choices. But if you have diabetes, you have no choice. You must learn how to live with diabetes, or you won't live very well or very long. The American Diabetes Association will teach you or someone you love how to live. We teach diabetes survival. We have the information you need. Call your local American Diabetes Association. We're in your phone book.
I'm sure a lot of us remember the motion picture, The Sting. But I wonder how many of us know that this was loosely based on a real swindle pulled off by the famous Yellow Kid and his partner, the Deacon. The Yellow Kid's real name was Al Weil, and he swindled people out of more than $1 million in his lifetime and spent a good deal of time in jail. However, when I met him one day, he gave me an unforgettable piece of advice. Kid, he said to me, remember, you can never con an honest man. Bankers are the best. Our cast included Ray Owens, Ralph Bell, Earl Hammond, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And after all, what is a lie? 'Tis but the truth in masquerade, according to Lord Byron. Does it work both ways? Is the truth a lie in masquerade? Those great poets are not always easy to follow. Is it possible that there are neither absolute lies nor absolute truths, but varying degrees of each? As we shall discover, perhaps, during the next hour.
I want you to tell me everything you know about the murder.
Oh, what murder is that, Lieutenant?
The murder that took place on your train this morning.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That wasn't a murder. Fella died of a heart attack.
Yeah? Who told you it was a heart attack?
Well, I mean, the way he just keeled over, I kind of thought...
No. He was murdered.
Our mystery drama, Come Fill My Cup, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes and William Griffiths. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Once upon a time, there was a couple who needed a car.
Honey, we need a car.
My shoes have had it.
They wanted a sensible car because they were sensible people.
We're sensible people.
We save string.
We buy bonds.
We brush regularly.
We hang up our clothes.
But they also wanted a car that was fun because they liked a good time.
Anybody for a quick game of fish?
Oh, cold glass of milk and you're on.
Well, knowing how hard it is to find a car that is both sensible and fun, they went straight to their Buick dealer, whom they knew to be a most reliable source for such cars.
Say, you wouldn't have...
Of course he would.
At which point, the dealer introduced them to the Buick Skylark. When the V6 engine, the compact size, and the ample room were pointed out, they were amazed at how much sense the Skylark made.
Isn't that amazing?
I am bowled over.
And when the famous Buick ride, comfort, and road manners came to their attention, they were quick to see how much fun a Skylark could be.
Gee, that looks like fun.
Oh, you're not just whistling.
They were so overjoyed with their Skylark, they stopped the car, ran up to the first person they saw, hugged him, and kissed him.
I'm going to hug him.
I'm going to kiss him.
Which might not make much sense, but it certainly was fun.
Thursdays just wouldn't be Thursdays without that second cup of coffee and the North Shore Mail Advertiser News Magazine. If you want to know more about your own community scene, whether your interests are local school boards, local politics, or local sports, your local Mail Advertiser News Magazine has the scoop in all of these areas. 25 cents on all North Shore newsstands. Relax with your second cup of coffee, read about the current trends in housing, fashion, or be inspired to create a gourmet meal for your family. Your Mail Advertiser News Magazine can take the strain out of shopping, no matter what your current needs might be, from a new hat to having your home remodeled. The Mail Advertiser can put you in touch with the right products at the best price. Published every Thursday, the Mail Advertiser Publications, serving Chicago's North Shore.
Out of the shadows of the night, the world rolls into light. It is daybreak everywhere, sings the poet, yes. Daybreak and breakfast and off to the daily round of toil for one's bread. They gather at the railroad station in the town of Westville to catch the 749, which will bear them to the big city, more than 50 miles and 61 minutes away. And they purchase their big city newspapers, they stamp their feet against the cold, they exchange idle small talk, till the big shiny electric cars skitter to a stop along the platform, and they scatter aboard and scramble for seats. Thus, another day has begun.
Aboard! Aboard! My name is Frank Durham. I've been with the road 45 years. I can remember steam, diesels, now these. 45 years. Rain, shine, snow, hail. What do them letter carriers say? Well, we go through the same thing. It's funny. When people find out I'm conductor of the 749, they kind of look at me and say,
Hey, isn't that the one? Yeah. It's the one where the guy was murdered. Now, as a rule, people don't get murdered on trains. Why, I knew all about the Orient Express, but a commuter train? So I guess you want to know all about it. Okay? Tickets? Now, tickets, please. Oh, say, what are you doing up here, Mr. Jorgensen?
Morning, Frank.
Yeah, I thought you'd be back in the club car with Jerry and them.
Yeah, I decided to change my ways. No more cards.
Is that a fact?
You better believe it.
Well, I hope for your sake it's true.
No, Frank, it's all over. I don't need a sermon.
I always felt that poker game was too rich for your blood.
You've no idea how anemic it made me.
If you'll pardon my saying it, you were in way over your head. Why, Jerry Garland is at least a billionaire. So's Pete McHugh. As for Bill...
I'm well out of it.
You listen to a man old enough to be your father. You see you stay out of it. That made me feel good. Don Jorgensen had been a patsy in his high-stakes poker game for more than a year. In 61 minutes, Westville to New York, you could lose $100, $150 easy. And there were days Don did just that. Well, I went back to punch tickets in the club car. That's the last car in the 749's private car. You pay extra for it, but you can sit at a table, have coffee or breakfast, play cards, and you're away from the, well, not the riffraff, but, how the fella put it, the maddening throng or something. Tickets, gentlemen. Thank you.
Frank, you seen Don? I saw him on the platform getting on a train. He's holding up the game. Look, you fellas sit here, play a hand at gin or something. I'll rout him out.
Jerry got up from the table and started walking forward. I wondered what luck he would have with Don. When I went up ahead again, I saw him sitting next to Don. I moved slowly and stood behind him. I was curious.
Everybody's luck turns, kid.
Yeah, except mine.
Look, you enjoyed the game.
I can't afford it anymore.
That's an argument I can't buck.
I am reformed from now on.
Okay, kid. I hope so.
I got a book to read, a crossword puzzle.
Look, I'm all for a guy kicking the habit, any habit. It's just,
what?
Well, it's just, I wish you didn't decide to kick it today.
Why not today?
Well, I feel lucky.
Then I'm definitely picking the right time.
I feel today is my day to take Peter McHugh.
So go take him.
Nobody wants to play three-handed.
Well, you can pick up somebody else.
No, there's not many guys with the courage to play in that game.
Not to mention the money.
Listen, Don, do me a favor. Quit tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, play today.
No.
Come on now, as a favor to me.
It sure wouldn't be a favor to me.
Don, you can't lose.
Would you like to know how much I lost this past year?
What I'm trying to say.
And to you, Jerry.
It won't cost you a cent to play today, Don.
Oh, yeah? Let's hear this.
If you win, you win. Keep it. But if you lose, I'll pay you back.
What?
No matter how much. Just keep tabs, and I'll pay you back every cent later.
Well, you must really want to play bad.
Come on, Don. I can hit Pete for a bundle. How can you lose?
Okay. Just this once.
I didn't know what to make of that whole conversation. Anyhow, Jerry and Don got up, walked to the club car. I finished up front and went back there myself for the morning coffee. Down toward the end of the car, I could see the poker game in full swing. I stood at the bar while Lou handed me my usual coffee and I ate, drank slowly. I turned to watch the poker players. I could hear the conversation, clinking of coins, and I could see the green of the bills.
Pair of deuces is high. It's you, Jerry.
Yeah, so I see. Now, pair of deuces, check.
Deuces, check. Dealer folds. So, ace high bets. That's you, Pete.
This ace high bets $10.
Bill? I see you fold. Okay, that leaves it up to deuces, Jerry.
Yeah, so it does. Well, the little deuces will see that $10 bet and raise you 20.
And that's about how it would go. Check and raise, which is about as cutthroat as poker can ever get. But at least they were honest about it. They didn't pretend it was a friendly game. It went on like that for a bit. And then...
Who wants a cup of coffee? You, Pete?
I had enough.
Bill? You still off coffee? Come on, fellas, I'm buying. How about you, Don?
When'd you ever know me to turn down a cup of coffee?
Yeah, I'll go up and get it now while I'm out of this hand. I'll be right back.
See, you got your card game going, Mr. Garland.
Yep. We have to find a new recruit. Low cup of coffee for me, Mr. Jorgensen. Come on, I'm losing money standing here.
What's your thing, Mr. Garland?
Just then, I thought I heard a kind of squealing sound. I left my coffee and walked back quickly to the rear cab. I opened the door to see if maybe we didn't have a jam brake. But it was nothing. Anyhow, I stood there for a couple of seconds. I could see Lou at the bar up ahead pouring the 2 cups of coffee. He put them on the tray, and Jerry spilled a packet of sugar into each. Now, the reason I go into all these details is because this is that famous, or what I should say, notorious day. When I started back for the bar, Jerry picked up the tray and started toward the table. Halfway, we met in the aisle. I was about to step aside to let him pass when we hit that curve just before we crossed the New York state line. The train sways pretty bad, and I could see Jerry was about to lose his balance. Well, I wanted to help him, but as he fell back, he automatically thrust the tray forward, and I caught it and took it from his hands. He grabbed the back of his seat, and so did I. For a few seconds, we both nearly fell, but we both managed to keep our balance. Then Jerry took the tray back from me and went to his table, and I watched the game continue from the bar.
Here's your coffee, Don.
Oh, thanks. It's a 5-card draw, Jerry. We dealt you in. Ante up $5.
Little jacks are better, huh?
The famous name of the game.
Well, let's take a sip of this coffee, and I'll examine my options.
Hey, let's get a move on, huh? We'll be in the terminal in less than 15 minutes.
Come on. There's enough time for entire fortunes to be made, Pete.
Boy, that's pretty good coffee this morning, Jerry.
Yeah. Lou gets lucky once in a while. Speaking of luck, gents, she's, open for another $5.
Bill, I see you fold.
Call.
I'm in, and now, cards.
Hey, that is pretty good coffee.
Hey, I want 3.
3 to Brother Pete.
Yeah. Give me 2.
2 to Jerry. And the dealer draws 1.
More kids have lost out on a college education because their fathers drew to an inside straight.
Opener bets. That's you, Jerry. Jerry?
Jerry, you gonna sit there and drink that coffee or what?
All right, don't rush me.
Don't rush our good friend.
Let's see, Don, you drew, 3, huh?
No, Pete drew 3.
You bought.
No, I drew 1.
1. Bill asked for...
Bill didn't ask for anything. Bill's out.
Bill is out. It's hot in here. Somebody ought to ask Frank to turn down the heat.
Hey, look, you gonna bet or not?
What do you think I play this game for? I wish it wasn't so hot here.
Hey, Jerry, you okay?
Yeah, it's my bet, huh?
Hey, Pete, Bill, I think there's something wrong with Jerry.
I bet,
Frank, come over here, quick.
Oh, my chest. My chest.
Frank, you got a phone on this train? Call ahead for an ambulance.
I got this.
Jerry!
I telephoned to have an ambulance meet us at the next station. There was also a doctor among the passengers in the 3rd car, and he came back quickly. But it didn't matter. Nothing would matter anymore to Jerry Garland. He was dead. They took him off the train. When we got to the terminal, I had a lot of writing to do, a lot of forms to fill out and reports to make. I was busy in the locker room when I heard a man ask for me.
You Frank Durham?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Lieutenant Parsons, New York City Police.
Yeah?
You're the conductor of train number 4231. It's the 749 out of Westville, Connecticut.
Sure.
I want you to tell me everything you know about the murder.
What murder's that?
The murder that took place on your train this morning.
Well, wait a minute. That wasn't a murder. A fella died.
A man by the name of Gerald K. Garland.
Yes, he died of a heart attack.
Oh, yeah? Who told you it was a heart attack?
Well, I mean, the way he keeled over, I kind of thought that...
No. He was murdered.
How could he have been murdered?
He was poisoned.
Well, how could he have been poisoned?
That's just what I want to ask you.
Okay, let's all ask ourselves, how could he have been poisoned? And to get the red tape out of the way, the facts are clear. Lieutenant Parsons made that statement because a medical examination showed definite traces of strychnine, a poison in the strychnine family. So, we have our murder on the 749. But how? Look, this is only the end of Act 1. You'll have to be patient until I return with Act 2.
Sir, what do you take for air sickness?
Well, I take this little bag they have and,
Don't just take it. Take Dramamine. Ma'am, what do you take when you're nauseated from riding in a car?
I take, well, I just sit there and take it.
Don't just take it. Take Dramamine. Dramamine tablets help prevent the symptoms of travel upset, such as nausea, dizziness, and lightheadedness for millions of people. Take Dramamine a half hour before you leave. It really works to help put you in control of the situation. And it's the kind of situation that's much easier to control ahead of time. Millions trust Dramamine again and again for reliable help in preventing travel upset. For occasional use, use only as directed. Madam, what do you take when you get sick in your husband's sailboat?
I take a lot of kidding.
Don't just take it. Take Dramamine.
1927 was a good time to Norwood your money. That's when Norwood Federal Savings opened its doors. Life was free and easy, and the economy was going for broke. 2 years later, it did. But we kept right on growing. Now in 1977, you can take your money and run to us during our 50th anniversary getaway. Get famous sound design sound machines and leading Peters Southside vinyl luggage at a steal when you deposit $300 or more at Norwood Federal. Call 775-8900 for a free full-color 50th anniversary brochure or for the location nearest you. While there, enter in our drawing for a great escape weekend for two at the Marriott Lincolnshire and 49 other great prizes, no obligation. It's our way of saying thank you for Norwooding your money. After all, you helped make us over $100 million strong. Don't just save. Take your money and run to Norwood Federal Savings, member FSLIC.
Trust everybody, but cut the cards, said the beloved Mr. Dooley. Ah, yes. How many decks of cards have been cut and shuffled on the 749, the commuter express from Westville, especially in the club car, where perhaps the most cutthroat game has been going on for several years. Well, if the game keeps being cutthroat, someone may begin to take that word literally. Obviously, someone did, except he didn't use a knife. He employed poison.
Poison? Are you saying Jerry Garland was poisoned, Lieutenant?
Well, that's what the medical examiner says, and it's good enough for me.
But poison? How could he have been poisoned?
As they say, it was ingested in the coffee he drank.
Oh, no.
Yes, happens to be the fact. Now, it took place in the club car. And what was Jerry Garland doing at the time of his death?
He was playing cards. He was part of this regular game. He was playing and drinking his coffee. Then he just keeled over.
The coffee. How did he get the coffee?
He went up the bar for 2 coffees.
2 coffees?
Yeah, one for himself, and the other for Don Jorgensen. Well, he picked up the coffee.
Who served the coffee?
Lou Vitry, our barman.
Now, Lou poured out the coffee into the cups.
Yeah, that's right. And Jerry put them on a tray and went back to the table.
Now, would you know if there was cream and sugar in the coffees?
Yeah, now you mention it. I saw Jerry put in the cream and sugar himself while he was still at the bar.
Into both coffees?
Yeah, that's right.
And then he went back to the table. And then what did he do?
He gave 1 cup to Don Jorgensen, 1 cup he kept for himself.
Yeah?
Well, couldn't have been more than a couple, 3 minutes, and that was it.
And he drank this coffee?
Oh, yeah.
The other cup of coffee, the one he gave this...
Don Jorgensen.
Yeah, Don Jorgensen. He drank his coffee also?
Yeah.
You saw him do it?
Oh, yes.
Right. I want you to stay with me while I question some of the people in that club car.
When?
As soon as I can round them up.
Well, I have to take 1127 out.
No. I don't think so.
That was Detective Lieutenant Parsons. Grover Cleveland Parsons. Well, the first person he got hold of was Lou Vitry, the barman. All of a sudden, I got the shock of my life. But I'll feed it to you gently, the way it was fed to me.
How long you been with the railroad?
5 years, Lieutenant.
What'd you do before that?
Why, look, Lieutenant, is it important?
I just answered the question.
I work for Mr. Garland.
Jerry Garland?
Yeah.
As what?
Well, I was his chauffeur.
Well, why did you leave the job?
Look, do I have to say this?
Answer the question.
Well, can the answer be confidential between me and the cops?
Well, so far.
Because if it's known, I can lose my job. Does Frank have to hear me answer?
No, he won't say anything, I guarantee it. Well, why could you lose your job?
Because, I got a record.
For what?
I did 3 years for burglary, but I was innocent.
Tell it, Lou.
Well, one night there was a burglary. Jewels that belonged to Jerry's wife, Theodora, were stolen. Well, they searched all the servants, naturally, and in my room, I found a bracelet.
Oh, what was it doing there?
Well, it must have been planted there by the thieves to turn the heat on me. And it did. I was put away.
Well, how did you get the job on the railroad if you had this record?
Jerry Garland got it for me.
Why?
Well, when I got out, I went to him to his office.
Well, what are you doing here, Lou? You escaped from jail?
No, I'm out, Mr. Garland.
Oh, what do you want?
Well, I didn't steal those jewels.
Now, look, Lou, it was all decided by a court of law.
I ain't a crook, and you know it.
Oh, maybe not, but you might have been tempted.
Oh, never. I've been your show for 13 years. You trusted your kids to me when I was little. I lived in your house. Now, you know I ain't a crook. Mr. Garland, you gotta help me.
Well, Lou, if you need some money to get on your feet...
So I need more than money. I need a job. I can't get a job. I got a record, you understand?
Yeah, I know it's tough, Lou.
You don't know how tough it is. I'm turned down everywhere I go. Help me get a job. Give me a job.
Now, can't very well take you back as my chauffeur.
Why not?
Well, how would it look?
Well, can't you do anything for me? I'll take any job at all. He got me a job. This job. My name isn't Lou Vitry either. I had to change it. Vitry's my mother's maiden name.
Well, how could the poison have gotten into Mr. Garland's cut?
I don't know.
Okay, Lou. That's all for now. Just keep handy in case you need it. You can go.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Well, he doesn't have a motive.
He doesn't have a motive. But that's not true, Lieutenant. He does have a motive. And now I know what that motive is. He was the chauffeur. I never knew that. So now it all makes sense, that conversation I overheard in the bar in the club car a couple of weeks ago. See, the train was crowded. Jerry had gotten up from the card table and come over to pick up a couple of rounds of drinks. Standing at the bar was Mr. Alexander Trowbridge. Yeah, the very big guy on Wall Street. Very strict, very dignified. Anyhow, Jerry spotted him and said,
Hello there, Alex.
Good evening, Mr. Garland.
Well, it ain't every day I have the privilege of riding home on a train with the Wolf of Wall Street. Hey, let me buy you a drink.
Thank you. I have one.
Well, have another one on me.
That won't be necessary, thank you. I never have more than one.
Okay, Alex. Say, look, I may drop over to your office one day. I may have a little business to throw your way.
Jerry Garland had a hide like a rhinoceros, which is why you couldn't kill him with a bullet or a knife. You had to use poison. Anyhow, it was obvious to me that Mr. Trowbridge was very put out. And the fellow standing next to him spotted it too. And I remember Trowbridge saying,
I have every reason to suspect that man is a thief. There's no real proof, of course, but Swanson's company handles the man's insurance. He had a burglary some years ago. Wife's jewels were supposed to be stolen. Swanson could swear Garland pulled a swindle on the insurance company.
Is that so?
The jewels never turned up at any of the known receivers of stolen goods. Actually, Swanson must know more than he's telling, but he's stuck for proof. Another round here, please, Lou?
Yes, sir.
I know Swanson wouldn't make such a charge, even off the record, unless he knew it was true. Meanwhile, some poor servant went to jail at...
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, that's all right, Lou.
It spilled all over you.
Well, it's just water. No harm done.
was that why Lou dropped the glass? Was that why he turned so pale? I didn't think anything about it at the time, but now it makes sense. The lieutenant had just said that Lou Vitry did not have a motive, but he did have.
Yeah, Frank. I know about it.
About Lou having a motive?
Yep. He told me himself. He figured if this kind of thing was being talked about, how Jerry Garland himself could have staged a robbery, it was sure to get the cops, and then he'd really be in a jam.
Well, he's in a jam anyhow, isn't he?
Well, not exactly. You see, if he poisoned the coffee and then gave 2 cups to Jerry to take back to the table, how could he be sure which cup Jerry would drink?
Yeah.
Frank, you see these fellas every day. Who had a motive for killing Jerry?
Well, nobody really liked him.
Who were his friends?
In the club car?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had no friends that I knew of. Nobody really liked him.
Well, who might have liked him the least?
You get into a discussion of human nature, Lieutenant. Bill Russell, one of the regulars in the game, never opened his mouth except to bet. How do I know what that man thought? Don Jorgensen. Well, he didn't like Jerry. Over the year, he must have lost at least $15,000 in that game. Jerry was practically the only big winner.
$15,000 could be a motive for revenge.
No, but take Pete McHugh. He fancies himself the best poker player in the world. Yet Jerry was always taking his money.
A lot of money?
No. The big loss was pride. Is that a motive?
No, not really. This Don Jorgensen. Tell me more about him.
Funny thing. This morning he decided to quit the game. But he went back for a kind of a farewell.
Let's see what we can do with Don Jorgensen. You lost heavily.
Well, I wouldn't say so, Lieutenant.
Now, it is common knowledge aboard the 749 that you were an unusually big loser. Now, is that true?
Well, actually, in a friendly game, you don't notice.
Now, look, we've got a murder case, and you'd better tell me the truth. Now, we know you work for Simmons and Boswell on Wall Street. And we know what your salary is. We know just about how much you've been losing.
Now, hold on, Lieutenant.
Shall we check your bank to see what loans you negotiated and your insurance company to see if any policies were cashed in? Of course, if you borrowed from the loan sharks, you will really need our help.
Okay. It's true. You want to know what I lost? $21,364.87. You see? I know it to the penny. How could it happen? Well, you take the train an average of 200 days a year. You lose an average of $100 a day. Oh, not every day. Sometimes you win. I even won $300 one morning, but that's just the cheese in the trap. Don't ask me why I kept doing it. It's a bad dream. It cost me my wife. She's going to divorce me.
You suspected Jerry was cheating.
Yes.
Did you kill him?
No.
I think you did.
Lieutenant, I swear to you, I'm innocent.
And I think I know how you worked it. The only way you could have worked it.
That's pretty good. If Don Jorgensen wanted to have Jerry Garland drink a cup of poisoned coffee, how could Don have worked it? Since, as we saw, Jerry got the 2 cups of coffee. Jerry handed out the coffee. How could Don be sure he wasn't getting the wrong one? Well, Lieutenant Parsons has made his deduction on facts and inferences that were available to all of you. Why don't we compare notes in Act 3 in just a few moments? Mr. Sam Johnson, whom we quote quite often because he knew practically everything worth knowing, declared that a man could do anything if he did it in a genteel way, even cheat at cards. Well, Sam Johnson never rode in a commuter train. Jerry Garland cheated, and in the opinion of the police, that's why someone, namely Don Jorgensen, murdered him.
But I didn't do it.
You don't have to say anything.
Am I being arrested, Lieutenant?
Mr. Jorgensen, because of Jerry Garland, you lost your wife. All the money you had.
No. I lost everything because of my own weakness.
And so you decided to kill him.
You're wrong.
You worked out this scheme to poison him.
What good would it do for me to kill him? Would it burn out the disease I have inside of me, this mania to gamble? I swore I would quit, but I can't.
You figured you would poison his coffee.
How? Frank, you saw. The whole club car saw. Jerry went to the bar. He got the coffee. If there was poison in one cup, I could have gotten it.
No. You had a way to guard against that.
How? How could I guard against that?
With the help of Lou Vitry.
Lou Vitry?
Don Jorgensen, Lou Vitry. 2 men with powerful motives to kill Jerry Garland.
But I tell you,
First, wait to hear what I tell you. You knew Jerry liked to treat everybody to coffee, so he could brag about it. You knew he would go to the bar to get it. And you also knew the other 2 at the table, Pete and Bill, never drank coffee. So you knew it would only be 2 cups.
I knew nothing of the sort.
Jerry would go up to get the coffee. Lou would pour him the poison cup.
Yeah, but how could Lou make sure I wouldn't drink it?
Because Lou would know which cup was which. And if Jerry set the poison one down next to you, he would give you the high sign. And you would make an excuse or forget to drink it.
It isn't true.
Lieutenant, could I talk to you in private for a second? It couldn't have worked that way.
No?
No.
Well, makes sense. Oh, I got 2 guys with a motive.
Even if you could prove that Don knew about Lou's motive, you don't have a case.
Why not?
Because I saw Lou pour that coffee. It was from the same glass pot that he poured about 10 other cups, including mine. That was the only coffee.
You, drank that same coffee?
So did Don and 8 other people in the car.
Well, then it was in the cream.
Oh, we all use the same cream pitcher.
The sugar. Now, the sugar was in separate packets.
Yes, it was. They were piled in a dish, and I saw Jerry reach in, pick out 2, pour 1 in each cup. Everybody used those packets from that dish. There was no way either Lou or Don could control any single packet if it contained the poison.
You're sure of that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, how did that poison get into that coffee? Now, I've got two great motives, Lou and Don. But there's no way I can find for any of them to get the poison in his cup.
Time went on, days passed, and I guess life went on also. I don't know what happens to a murder case when it doesn't get solved and the papers stop writing about it. I suppose it just sort of gets into a file cabinet somewhere. Well, 7:49 left Westville as usual, on or about on time. The club car found other things to talk about. The card game continued with Don back in, but the new member was Mr. Trowbridge. And because he was so fabulously rich, they played for pennies. But I kept thinking and thinking about the murder. Well, one night I was taking my evening run home and I stopped in the club car. Tickets, please. Tickets.
Hello, Frank.
Oh, evening, Mr. Jorgensen.
Frank, I never did get a chance to thank you properly for what you did for me.
What did I do for you?
Well, the day Jerry was, that cop, he was all set to lower the boom, and you just took him aside. What'd you tell him?
Well, I just said, a fine, clean-cut chap like you, how could you possibly be a killer?
I bet you did.
You'd be better off if you never bet again in your life. See you. Tickets, please. Tickets. Thank you. Oh, good evening, Mr. Trowbridge.
Evening, Frank.
No poker tonight?
Well, if I may rephrase the title of a grand old song, those wedding bells are breaking up that old game of mine.
Oh, who's getting married?
At the bar there. Don.
Didn't he just get divorced?
Oh, certainly. He had to shed the old one before he could acquire a new one. You're not allowed to have two at a time in our culture.
Well, one was all I could ever handle.
Capacities differ, Frank. Oh, there she is now. She's just come up to the bar. Do you wonder that he finds her company more exciting than our poker game?
No, but don't wonder at all. There is a beautiful young lady.
You mean, you don't know who she is, Frank?
Oh, can't say that I do.
She's Dora. Theodora Garland, Jerry's widow.
She's Jerry's widow?
You mean you never met her?
No. Well, for that matter, Mr. Trowbridge, I never met your wife either.
Yes, that's true.
So she's Dora Garland. Huh. How could you figure to be this young and this pretty?
And how could you ever figure what she saw in Jerry?
I moved back toward the bar. Suddenly, I realized that I had seen her before. Somewhere before. But where? Where? And then I remembered where. At the bar in the terminal. I owed Tom Franklin a run, and I was waiting to take the 10:08 out. I was having a beer. There was a man, and there was a woman sitting in the booth ahead of me. The man had his back to me. I couldn't see his face, but I knew it was Don Jorgensen. The woman was facing me. She was that woman. Now I know who she was. Dora Garland. And she and Don Jorgensen were having, as they say, an affair. And from what I knew of Jerry, he was the type who would kill both of them if he found out. So to the long list of motives for murder, add one more. But a good, strong one.
Oh, now, Frank, don't give me any more suspects, huh? I don't want no more motives. I got all of those I can handle. I tell you what I need. I need what I can't get. The way any one of them or two of them could have put that poison into the coffee. Why don't you forget it?
Well, it happened on my train. I feel responsible.
Yeah, well, maybe you did it, huh?
Me?
Yeah, well, as I put together everybody's story, Frank, I think you left something out.
What?
You could have poisoned that coffee.
Why? How?
Why, I can dig around for.
How?
Okay. Jerry was starting back to the table with the coffee tray. Okay. Now you're headed the other way, up the aisle. The train gives a lurch. Jerry almost falls. You grab the tray from him.
For just a second.
Long enough, maybe, to put that poison in the cup.
Yeah? Well, here's what's wrong with that theory. First, how could I have, in those few seconds, gotten the tops off the cups and put in the poison?
Tops?
Well, Lou always puts those plastic tops on the cups so you won't spill any.
Yeah.
Second, even if I was a magician and could do it, how could I be sure which cup Jerry himself would drink?
That was a good theory.
Maybe the coffee wasn't poisoned in the club car.
It had to be. That poison works within minutes. No, I am afraid we're stuck.
It sure looked that way. A couple days passed, and I was on the 749 again, and somehow it didn't seem the same without Jerry. A likable guy he wasn't, but he sure livened things up. And there was another side to him. I remembered it was a couple days before he died. He was the first one on the train. He was sitting at the table waiting for the others. And there was a look on his face that I'd never seen before. I guess it was a lost look. Morning, Mr. Garland.
Oh, morning, Frank.
Oh, something wrong this morning, Mr. Garland?
Wrong? Why do you say that?
Well, I don't know. I guess you just look kind of, blue.
Do I?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I'd like to murder a couple of people, but that couldn't be the reason. Well, we'll get the old game started. That puts a bloom in the cheeks.
Now I remembered. That was the morning after I had seen his wife Dora in the bar at the terminal. So he had found out. And he was actually thinking of murder. I just needed one more little fact. Morning, Mr. Jorgensen. See you not in the club car this trip.
No, Mr. Trowbridge is on vacation, and Pete is sick today, so I thought I'd sit up here and catch up on some paperwork. Too noisy back there.
Don, when did Mr. Garland find out you were having an affair with his wife?
Say, what are you...
Just answer the question.
Well, now, just about a week before he died.
Now, how did you know that he knew? Did he tell you?
No.
Did he tell Dora?
No.
Then how'd you know?
Frank, did you ever have an affair with another man's wife?
No.
You're not missing anything. But when the husband finds out, you can tell by certain little things in his manner.
Is that why you and Dora decided to kill him?
No. Oh, no, we were scared, yes, but for our own lives. Now, you knew Jerry. He was a violent man.
So why did you fool around with his wife?
You know why? To get back at him. He destroyed me. He stripped me of all my money. My wife walked out on me with the kids. I had to get back at him. And this was the only way I could. It was the one place I could prove I was a better man than he was.
And then I saw it. I saw the whole thing. Why did we all wonder who wanted to kill Jerry? Why didn't we ask who it was that Jerry himself wanted to kill? Why did we believe that the poison was intended for Jerry? Why couldn't it be meant for Don Jorgensen?
Now what, Frank?
Lieutenant, you said I could have been responsible for Jerry's death. You were right. I was.
Are you crazy?
Jerry decides to kill Don. Okay. He goes for the coffee. Lou pours. Jerry then opens the sugar package. Jerry is in a position to use a packet that he had with him that contains the poison. I notice you're listening now.
Hey, go on.
Now, Jerry comes back to the table with the tray. He knows which cup he has poisoned. But the train gives a lurch. He almost falls. He's about to drop the tray. I'm there. I grab it from him. He saves himself from falling, and his eye is off me for a second or two. I have to stop myself from falling. I switch the tray from my right hand to my left. Unconsciously, I turn it around. He can't see that. It all happens so quickly. I give him the tray as if nothing happened. He gets to drink the poisoned coffee.
And how do we prove it?
I guess we don't. But I believe it. Do you?
The lieutenant didn't commit himself. Do you believe it? It makes sense. Satisfies all the conditions. But we are dealing with the most unpredictable materials in nature, namely human beings. Maybe Pete McHugh, the jealous card player, did it somehow. Maybe it was Lou, and/or Don, and/or Dora. Could we swear on our souls it wasn't the conductor? I'll be back with more from the realm of infinite possibility.
I love my skin, so I don't play games with it. When I slip into my bikini, I always slip into my Sea & Ski. Any sun product will help me tan, but Sea & Ski gives me the kind of tan you want to touch.
Sea & Ski penetrates, moisturizes, protects, helps your skin stay smooth and supple. So get the tan you want to touch with Sea & Ski, the sun specialists. We know your skin.
Come on, son, it's you and me and Sea & Ski.
As wise man, I am used to people asking me about the meaning of life. But ask me about leaky faucets, forget it, buddy. So I get help from Consumer Information Catalog. It is put out by the federal government, and it lists over 200 helpful booklets that you can send away for. From fixing your car to family budgeting. So send for free catalog. Just write catalog. Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
A public service message brought to you by the Consumer Information Center and this station.
Our story was about cards. What did a great master of cards say on the subject? The bizarre world of cards, a world of power politics, where punishment and rewards were meted out immediately. A deck of cards is built like the purest of hierarchies, with every card a master to those below it, a lackey to those above it. And there were the masses, the long suits, which always asserted themselves in the end and triumphed over the aces and the kings. Thus spoke the great player, Eli Culbertson. And he was in the know. Our cast included William Griffiths, Larry Haynes, Russell Horton, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
How in the world did he accomplish it? The door, the window, and chimney were impassable. The flooring and walls were solid. And then Julia Stoner was undoubtedly alone when she met her death.
It would appear so, but then how do you account for these nocturnal whistles and the very peculiar words of the dying woman?
Well, I can't account for any of it, Holmes, unless they were hallucinations.
Not likely that the two women would be afflicted with the same hallucination about whistles in the night. And only one of them referred to the speckled band.
Well, you've evidently formed some conclusions. Otherwise, we wouldn't this very moment be on our way to Stoke Moran.
No conclusions, my dear doctor. Only surmises, which have to be checked on the spot before I can even begin to make deductions.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Once a year the full moon glooms, children dress in costumes, jack-o'-lanterns come alive and sing this ghoulish tune. Witches fly upon their brooms, spirits rise from their tombs, creatures of the night will hunt for candy to consume. Little kiddies all beware of fearsome frights and sneaky scares, ghosts and goblins prowl about to catch you unaware. Better find a good disguise to blend in if you're wise, go from door to door and you'll collect a sweet surprise. Creepy, crawly, slime and goo, werewolves howl and zombies drool, something's waiting in the dark to jump out and yell boo! Monsters roaming everywhere, tag along if you dare, you will have a night of frights and fun beyond compare. Once a year the full moon glooms, children dress in costumes, jack-o'-lanterns come alive and sing this ghoulish tune. Witches fly upon their brooms, spirits rise from their tombs, creatures of the night will hunt for candy to consume. Little kiddies all beware of fearsome frights and sneaky scares, ghosts and goblins prowl about to catch you unaware. Better find a good disguise to blend in if you're wise, go from door to door and you'll collect a sweet surprise. Creepy, crawly, slime and goo, werewolves howl and zombies drool, something's waiting in the dark to jump out and yell boo! Monsters roaming everywhere, tag along if you dare, you will have a night of frights and fun beyond compare. Look out, take care, ghosts and goblins prowl about to catch you unaware. Don't run, don't scream, they just want to wish you all a happy Halloween. And when they're through, they'll leave you with a final boo!
Are you scared? You know, I am you. I'm coming closer. I will catch you. The time it goes. Afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I am you.